Okay, Rondi, if you want to go ahead.
Okay. I guess could we have the roll call, please?
Let me read everything to record.
First.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to February 3, 2022 Sustainability Commission meeting. To help to stop the transmission of COVID-19 and protect the health and safety of the community, City Council as well as board and commission meetings will continue to be closed to the public for in-person attendance. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes to practice social distancing. Meetings are broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, and AT&T Uverse, Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using free app called ScreenWave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. Public comments on a specific agenda item will be taken when that agenda item is discussed. Now I will conduct a roll call. Commissioner Kartunyan.
Present.
Commissioner Khanjan.
Present.
Commissioner Pinkerton. Commissioner Pinkerton.
Present.
Vice Chairperson Werner.
Present.
Chairperson Bartrusov, ex-officio Gang,
Here.
ex-officio Prado.
Present.
Next, please join me for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States of
America
America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one
Nation.
God, with
God.
liberty and justice for all. Next on the agenda, item number 2, approval of the minutes of the commission regular meeting. I apologize. Next on the agenda, 1B, posting of the agenda. The agenda of February 3, 2022 meeting of the Sustainability Commission was posted on January 28, 2022 on the bulletin board outside of the City Hall. Next on the agenda, the approval of the minutes. 2.8, approval of the minutes of the commission regular meeting held on December 2, 2021.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or changes to the agenda? Or to the minutes, I mean?
I don't, thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes then?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Mr. Kartunian, thank you. Would someone like to second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Conjan. So could we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Kartunian,
Yes.
Commissioner Khanjan,
Yes.
Commissioner Pinkerton,
Yes,
Vice Chairperson Werner,
Yes.
Chairperson Bartrusov,
He is absent. He is out of the country.
ex-officio Henry Gang,
Yes.
ex-officio Prado.
Yes.
Item number 3 on the agenda, board member and staff comments.
Does anyone have any comments that they would like to make before the meeting continues?
Item number 4, all.
Sorry. Good evening, Vice Chairperson. Wen. I do have 2 comments. Later on during the meeting, we're going to have a number of external presenters. So I just want to remind the presenters that we'll call upon them when it is their turn to present. And I'd also like to ask the Vice Chairperson if we could move agenda item 6, reports and information, prior to the Grayson agenda item number 5.
I'm agreeable to that. Are there any objections from the commissioners? Okay, yeah, it sounds like that'll work. Is that the end of your comments?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a comment. I'd like to make sure everyone is aware of Arbor Day. That's coming up on March 1st. That's a Tuesday. That's an annual tradition here in Glendale, and it's a lovely event if you've never had a chance to go. And they're hoping to do it in person at the Casa Adobe de San Rafael Park, another lovely venue in the city if you haven't been. And that's on 1330 Dorothy Drive in Glendale. And people are encouraged to donate a tree to the city. There's a website. It's sponsored by Glendale Beautiful, and you can find their information on their website, which is glendalebeautiful.org. And you can sponsor a tree, and your name will be announced as a person who has sponsored a tree. I've done that myself before, and I think there's no better way to honor a person or their memory than to plant a tree. And that's the end of my comments. Okay, so next agenda item, please.
Item number 4, all communications. Discussion is limited to items within the jurisdiction of the Sustainability Commission. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Sustainability Commission members may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The matter may be referred to staff for investigation and report. Ms. Vice Chair, we do not have colors at this time.
Okay, let's proceed to the next agenda item then.
Next agenda item is requested 6A, reports and information, state of the community forest.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chairperson Werner and the Sustainability Commission. So we're happy to have the opportunity to bring to the Sustainability Commission up to date on work that has been completed on the state of the community forest. First, I'm just going to overview some previous meetings and then give a brief outline of the reports. On May 18th, 2021, the Department of Public Works made a State of the Community Forest presentation to City Council. That presentation is provided in this meeting packet. On September 21st, 2021, staff prepared a follow-up report on topics raised for discussion by Council at the May 18th meeting. Following the two previous reports to City Council on May 18th and September 21st, 2021, regarding the state of the community forest and its maintenance, Public Works prepared a report for City Council detailing recommended actions based on Council comments. At the October 7th, 2021 Sustainability Commission meeting, the Commissioners requested that the State of the Community Forest Report be agendized for discussion. The Commissioners requested to have the opportunity to comment on the reports and to provide input for City Council to consider. Any policy decision making regarding the state of the community forests rests with City Council. However, the Sustainability Commission meeting tonight provides the Commissioners the opportunity to provide comments that can be addressed to City Council when the next report is presented. With that, I'll provide a brief summary on the previous reports. We have available tonight the Director of Public Works, who can address some questions that the Commissioners may arise. If there are specific questions that the Commissioners would like answered, we can get those answers back to the Commission as soon as possible. So at the May 18th, 2021 City Council meeting, Public Works presented on the state of the community forest. At that meeting, City Council asked staff to report back on topics raised by Council members. The presentation to City Council on May 18th provided City Council with a comprehensive overview of the state of the community forest, including the community forest health, age and ongoing maintenance programs, the annual reforestation program, private tree ordinances and other jurisdictions as compared to Glendale. The presentation included information outlining the locations of city trees, a condition assessment of the trees, current maintenance programs in place, planting programs, and information of the distribution of the tree canopy in Glendale. Within that report, summary and recommendations were made by staff. Glendale has a large but vulnerable aging urban forest. The city tree grid maintenance cycle has increased 50%, leading to increased costs and time for both regular trimming and emergencies. Planting program is not specifically funded, and the city has suffered a net loss of trees in 10 years. Public Works recommended returning to a 6-year trim cycle and increasing annual tree planting and watering to bring canopy levels back to pre-2010 quantities. And protecting non-indigenous trees, private trees, would be a major program change, and Public Works would need additional resources to address such a change. And that tree protection ordinance must be written, and additional staff and fiscal resources would be needed across multiple departments. On September 21st, 2021, City staff provided a report to City Council responding to the issues raised by Council at the May 18th City Council meeting and asked Council to provide direction to staff. Issues addressed in the September 2021 report included a canopy goal of 25% is recommended for the City of Glendale by forestry research groups such as American Forests. The report provided information on how tree species are selected. Staff consider a number of factors when choosing tree species, such as improving tree diversity, achieving appropriate density, and maximizing canopy. Species selection is based on the designated street tree list, which is codified in the City of Glendale Municipal Code. Also, information was provided how to ensure trees are beneficial and climate suitable. Many studies at the state level have focused on what climate conditions are expected in the coming decades, and which trees may be best suited for our changing conditions, and which species should be phased out. Climate-ready trees must be selected for future climate conditions. Information was also provided on how near trees can be planted to one another. Staff assess for adequate spacing overhead and underground to allow healthy, unimpeded growth of the tree to its mature size. At that meeting, Council requested prioritizing tree plantings in locations near freeways and near bus stops to provide needed shade and ecosystem services. Council also requested that staff explore planting partnerships with the Glendale Unified School District and Glendale Community College. Information is all provided on the city's use of recycled water for watering the trees. And information was provided on the overall funding that would be required for more tree planting programs. That full report is also within the meeting packet. Following the two previous reports to City Council on May 18th and September 21st, 2021, regarding the state of the community forest and its maintenance, Public Works prepared a report detailing recommended actions based on council comments. In this report, staff recommended that Glendale adopt a 25% tree canopy, and that this goal is to be met by an enhanced planting and watering program, equalizing the tree canopy across the city as much as possible to ensure no areas is left behind from the value and benefits of the community forest. Staff also recommended increasing the City Tree Services contract to undertake tree planting activities. That strategic tree species planting decisions are informed by guidance and research from academic institutions such as University of California and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, which local organizations such as Tree People and Northeast Trees also reference. Public Works will consider a tree adoption program enhancing communal stewardship of public trees. Staff also reviewed programs from the cities of La Canada, Flint Ridge, and Pasadena, as requested by Council, as well as other cities, regarding private tree replacement regulations. However, staff recommend at this time no changes to the existing tree protection ordinance be made based on these examples. The report is also within the meeting packet. So with that brief overview, I'll hand back to the commissioners now so they can provide comments and suggestions for City Council.
Thank you, David. Do any of the commissioners have any comments?
I do, if I may. I think it's a great report. I would like to see, I agree with everything in there about equity as far as tree canopy in the city. I would also encourage pursuit of partnerships with private businesses located near locations where trees may be planted. And then I just would strongly encourage the city to have a dedicated budget for this. I mean, trees are one of the most inexpensive methods for combating climate change. It does take on average about 7 years to reap the benefits, the shade benefits in terms of energy consumption reduction, but you know, that they're a good long-term investment and very economic investment. So that is my only comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Pinkerton. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead with my comments. As some of you know, I've been pushing to get this on the agenda, so it is a area of that I'm passionate about, and I too am pleased that the city has committed to restoring the tree canopy up to 25%, which is the industry recommendation, though many cities are well over that. One of the reports that Lauren Glick had given our urban forester at the council meetings mentioned that the city has lost in the past 10 years over 1,100 trees. The deficit between how many were removed and how many were replaced, and then also the same thing in the 10 years before that. So basically for the past 20 years, we've been losing an average of 110 trees a year, which is not great. When I first moved to Glendale, I saw, you know, tree City USA signs everywhere and things like that. It's feeling less and less like a tree city to me. I remember Council Member Rotman mentioning that trees are critical in infrastructure and that clearly they've been neglected. And I noticed one of the pie charts even mentioned that only about a third of the trees were considered in good condition. So the rest were either fair or in bad condition. So that was not good to hear. So I think we need to be doing a lot more to protect trees than we are. Clearly, the design review standards in the Glendale Municipal Code, section 30.47.040, standards for design review, specifically mention landscaping. It says that that landscaping shall be integrated into the architectural scheme so as to accent and enhance the appearance of the development. It also says that existing mature trees in the parkway over 8 inches in diameter on the site, and as well as the parkway, and even on adjacent properties within 20 feet of the common property lines, should be considered for preservation and site planning. My recommendation would be to change should be considered, which is pretty flimsy, to saying shall be considered, just as the landscaping shall be integrated into the architectural scheme. So I think right now it's just a mere suggestion, and that's one reason that we're in the situation that we are as far as having lost so many trees. And also, as Commissioner Pinkerton mentioned, whenever a tree is replaced, that tree is much smaller than the tree that was removed typically, and can take many years to actually get to the point where it's providing shade and any meaningful amount of CO2 removal. So also, I think the protected tree list, which right now only includes a few species of oak, bay trees, which aren't even suitable as street trees, are mostly up in the hillside areas, and also sycamores are on that list. And yet jacarandas are not on the list, which is the city's official tree. I think at least we should have our official tree on our protected species list. And also we have some beautiful deodoras, magnolias, maples, other types of oaks. There's many kinds of trees that do deserve protection that aren't currently being protected on private property. And many cities protect every tree that's over 8 inches. Some have a different threshold, like 10 inches, but I would love to see if there's any support for being able to recommend to City Council to protect more trees and what we're doing. Does anyone have any comments?
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment or the response to some of your comments before you take the vote. First of all, good evening, Commission members. My name is Yazdan Emrani. I'm the Director of Public Works. And as was noted, this is the third time that we're going before the council based on the comments and recommendations that they had made the previous couple of times. In terms of, I just wanted to make this point that in terms of adding additional trees to the list of protected trees, we can certainly do that, and our staff did look at adding those. However, what we're recommending is we can do that, but by adding additional, just adding it to the code doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be adhered to. So we need to increase really the code enforcement. We need to increase the resources that we currently don't have to make sure that it's not just part of the code, but it's also adhered to. One of the examples that I wanted to make is, for example, when we did a comparison with other cities, there are other cities that protect more trees than us. Certainly, there are cities that protect less trees than us. However, we are one of the few cities, actually the only one that we could find, that we actually have arborists, certified arborists on staff. Now, what that does for us is that whereas in other cities, for example, they have a one-to-one tree replacement, in our case, we can look at the situation and, for example, as is alluded to in the report, if this is an area full of trees and one is removed, sure, we can just require one tree to be planted back. But if it's in an area that is sparsely populated with trees, our staff do have the flexibility to require, additional, trees to be planted. So I just wanted to, put that out there in terms of looking at other cities, comparing it with what we have. But just like planting more trees, which we are requesting additional funds to be able to go back to the previous levels, this would also require additional resources and needs to be considered with any recommendations to add more species to be protected, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imrani. One of the things that I heard in the city council presentations is how much it costs to plant a new tree, and that tree needs to be watered for at least a couple of years while it gets established. It seems to me it's a lot cheaper to save an existing tree than it is to plant a new one and make sure that it survives and wait years and years before it gets anywhere near the size of the tree that was removed. So it seems like it would, there's already a design review process. It seems like something like that could be added to an already existing design review process that is already done by volunteers, the Volunteer Design Review Board, or Planning Commission if it's a really big project or something. So I'm having trouble imagining it could take a huge amount of staff for more trees to be protected, particularly since we do have arborists and so on already on staff. But just something that at least makes people stop and think before they mow down a tree, like for no reason or because they prefer to plant something else or not have a tree or whatever. So what I put out there. Yes, Mr. Kartunian?
Couple of things. Yes, and you would agree that at a minimum, we should add our city's official tree to the protected list. Thank you for Ron, for bringing that to our attention. It's a bit of a shocker that it's the official tree of Glendale, yet it's not on the protected list for Glendale, number one. Number two, question for you and the rest of the city staff. In the past, city had a program where residents that wanted to plant a tree, I believe Public Works or Glendale Water and Power used to provide a shade tree for the residents or the businesses to plant. Does that still exist?
Commissioner Kartunian, I would agree with you on the first one. I would certainly say that we would need to add that, our city's tree. On the second one, yes, we work with businesses and residents, and we typically when we plant trees, for example, outside in the parkway, we do have an agreement that we put into place with either the homeowner or the business that they need to take care of this, tree and, kind of moving forward. That's, I believe, that's still in effect.
Okay, I also wanted to mention, there's the free tree program had come up. The mayor had asked about that, like if there was, if those trees could be used to replace some of those. And apparently there's a complete disconnect between the GWP free tree program and the community development tree program. So it seems like, that we have a arborist and other tree experts on staff, and yet they don't have any say in like what trees are being planted and where. I think they could be a great resource to help them select trees that are more likely to be viable and to help recommend the proper placement depending on the species and the microclimate of that tree. So I was just a little bit I guess, taken aback that there were two tree programs that aren't actually like communicating at all. And so I think that that program would be more successful if they just had coffee now and then or something to get on the same page with that. Do you have any comments on that, Mr. Imrani?
No, not specifically. I know that when we have any development projects, our arborists are brought into the process, and they look at the recommendation for, any trees to be planted. So there is, coordination between, CDD staff, the planning staff, and our forestry division.
But doesn't it seem reasonable that the arborist should be evaluating the species that are on the list of GWP, free trees to make sure that they're appropriate for Glendale, that they're, from a forestry standpoint, we do have, wildlife interface areas and, fires and things. Some trees are more flammable than others and more likely to survive in our particular microclimate. It just seems like we're not leveraging that expertise that we have on staff. So that was something I wanted to bring up.
If I could echo that, I was going to ask, I'm glad this subject was raised. It would be helpful to know how many trees are planted through the GWP program and of which species, so we can just sort of track the overall progress. And I would assume the list would be the same, but I guess that's something to find out. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, I would like to recommend that we add jacarandas. I know it's probably not an indigenous tree. I'm pretty sure it's not. And right now the program is the indigenous tree program, and that or ordinance, and that's why that probably wasn't originally put in. But it doesn't have to. It could be the indigenous and official tree ordinance and include jacarandas, and because some of them are on private property, and I think that's the very least we could do, and then add and to strongly consider or ask that council strongly consider adding some of the other trees that are treasured in Glendale, like the deodars that were planted here in Adams Square by the people who helped were part of the formation of this part of the city and so on. I think there's a sweet spot somewhere between only protecting the 3 species and protecting every tree. Yeah, I think every trees would be a little onerous for staff, but I think there's something between 3 trees and every tree that we can find some kind of acceptable common ground, so to speak, or compromise.
May I ask one other question? I may have missed this in the report. I believe LA banned planting of palms as street trees. Has Glendale done the same? Because they don't really add much in the way of shade, and the fronds are very problematic waste material. Does Glendale have that same prohibition? Do you know him, Yazdan? Thank you.
I am not sure about that, but I will find out. I don't know. I don't think we have a prohibition, but I'd like to circle back with my staff.
Yeah, I think it's advisable. I mean, it's an iconic look, but they really don't contribute much in terms of shade, and it's sort of the primary purpose of the tree. Thank you.
Right, and most of them are not indigenous. And little known fact, but palms are not actually trees. They're more closely related to the grass family. If you've ever seen a palm sprout, it looks like a blade of grass even. So, and they are quite a bit different. I saw something on the news or one of those snapped in half during some recent winds, and I didn't even know they could do that. They always seem so flexible. But yes, I would support also limiting any city sponsored planting of palms, definitely for the reasons that you mentioned. And they can't go into the green bins because the mulching equipment can't handle them and things like that. So, and they can be dangerous when they're during a windstorm. So did I would like to I'll make a motion. We can vote on if you like, but I would like to suggest that we recommend to City Council that they add more trees to the protected list and increase the indigenous tree ordinance to be the indigenous and official tree ordinance to include jacarandas and other species such as deodars and magnolias. Yes?
Yes, Vice Chairperson Werner, members of the commission, I just want to let you know that this is not an action item. The staff is gathering all of the comments and the discussion and the answers from staff to the commissioner comments, and will be providing that to the City Council. But there is no motion with this item. It's under information only.
Okay, so it can just go as a report to City Council that we discussed it, and okay, that's.
Yes, the commission's feedback will be brought, and David Jones can confirm the procedure for, or the timing for conveying this discussion and commentary and recommendations.
Right. Yeah, it's being discussed at City Council in mid-February before we meet again. That's why, even though today's probably going to be a long meeting, we wanted to have this on the agenda so we have one last chance to look at this before it goes to council for the third and most likely last time.
Madam Vice Chair, just a quick update. We've moved the date now to March 1st. So that report is going to go, our report on community forest is going to go to council on March 1st.
Okay, good to know, but it's still before we meet again. So, okay. First, all right, thank you. All right, so are we ready to move on to the next agenda item? Did anyone have anything to add? Going once, going twice, okay. What's next on the agenda?
Item number 5, action items. 5A, Grayson Repowering Project in 2022 Final Environmental Impact Report. Providing a recommendation to the City Council regarding the proposed certification of the 2022 Final Environmental Impact Report for the proposed Grayson Repowering Project, and recommendation on the approval of the project or project alternative.
Good evening, Vice Chairperson Werner. Before we proceed with this item, I just want to make sure that we received a number of correspondences regarding this item after the publication of the agenda. All those correspondences were forwarded to the Sustainability Commissioners. We had 22 emails regarding this item and 3 letters that were all forwarded onto the commissioners. So I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. And of those 22 letters, I believe I read all of them, but just for the record, how many of them were in favor of or against the approving the EIR?
I believe of the 22, 1 was in favor and the rest were not.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, we're very going to move on to this item now. So Mr. Mark Young, the General Manager of GWP and the consultants who helped prepare the final EIR, will give a presentation that provides a summary of the proposed project need, a description of the project and the project alternatives, and a summary of the key environmental findings. The presentation will additionally include how the proposed project and project alternatives promote the city's ability to maximize use of renewable energy resources while meeting reliability and resource adequacy requirements, and continuing the progress towards 100% clean energy. So with that, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Mark Young.
Vice Chair Warner, members of the Sustainability Commission, I'm Mark Young. I'm the General Manager of Glendale Water and Power. I'm looking forward to presenting to you the 2022 Final Environmental Impact Report. And I'd like to first say that through the PowerPoint presentation, there will be 3 people that will be presenting. Well, actually 4 people, myself, Michael Weber. Michael Weber is is the senior principal scientist at Stantec, and he's the city's consultant and technical lead assisting in the preparation of the EIR. He's been involved with the project since 2015. Then we'll turn it over to Dave Tatatosian. He's a principal at Clean Energy Power Consulting Partners. He's also been involved with the project, and he is acting as the project manager. And finally, we'll have Carl Laney. He's a regional manager for the Permitting and Compliance Services Division of Montrose Environmental Group. And sorry, I don't have the presentation up.
What was the last person's name again from Montrose Environmental?
Carl Laney.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So today's presentation, the objectives of today's presentation is to describe the Grayson Repower Project, present the 2022 final environmental impact report, respond to the public and the commission's comments, and request the commission recommend the city council and the city manager certification of the 2022 final environmental impact report and identified preferred project or project alternatives. The background of the project, Glendale has been attempting to repower the Grayson facility since 1994, and in this time, we've been working on repowering the project from 2016. To give you a recap of our environmental leadership, this is the power content label of the last 5 years. We compare Burbank, Pasadena, Los Angeles, and California to Glendale, and you can see that Glendale is always a leader in the clean energy procurement of power to meet its load. We were requested to do a clean energy, 100% clean energy study by 2030. We built upon the 2019 Integrated Resource Plan. We presented to council in March of 2021. We concluded that we were able to get to 89% clean energy with the existing infrastructure that we had in place, with no new transmission, and being able to utilize existing technologies. The downside of this 89% clean energy portfolio was that it would increase rates on average between 25 and 31%. In order for us to obtain the 100% clean requirement of SB 100 by 2045, we would need new transmission capacity, long-term duration storage, and or renewable natural gas or green hydrogen to supplement Grayson and Magnolia. The Grayson Repowering Proposed Project alternatives. Excuse me. We were asked to get to 100% clean, so we created a portfolio of projects, including demand, distributed energy resources, energy storage, and virtual power plants. The project objectives of the 2018 final EIR was for us to be able to have renewable integration, flexible generation that allowed us for variance in load during the day, local RA, and it's extremely valuable because the basin is extremely deficient in resources. We were replacing the old generators at the Grayson facility, the oldest being put in service in 1941. And I think the newest that we plan on refurbishing or repowering was 1977. important thing to consider is that there will not be any effects on rates on the new project. And the new Wardsilla recommendation in alternative 7 uses radiators, so therefore no potable water will be used. The benefits to the customer is enhanced reliability and resiliency, 24/7 dispatchable resources, a reduction in air emissions, water use, and potable water use, enhanced sustainability, and we'll be able to utilize the intermittency of renewables by being able to absorb those renewables with our bulk battery energy storage system. The units will be able to respond within 10 minutes, which is extremely important to the bulk electric system for reliability purposes. And just as important, it will be a bridge to 100% clean by converting the thermal units to green hydrogen. And both alternatives that we'll be speaking about today have pathway to being able to use hydrogen as a fuel source. This slide shows our boilers, and these are catastrophic failures of the boiler tubes. These units are extremely old, and these are steam tubes, and you can see that they're not just simple leaks. And when they fail drastically. And these are what's happening with our units now. They're antiquated, and they've no longer are reliable. So, like I said, I think all the units that we're proposing are between 45 and 81 years old. So it's time. They've reached their maximum life expectancy. And here I'll turn it over to Michael Weber to finish or to start his side of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And I am Michael Weber, who Mr. Young introduced in his introductory remarks. Good evening, Vice Chairperson, Commissioners, City staff, and members of the public that are participating tonight. I want to briefly talk about the California Environmental Quality Act process and some of the key findings for the proposed project. In the original 2018 final environmental impact report, the proposed project consisted of 262 megawatts of natural gas fueled electricity generation, comprised of 2 simple cycle units and 2 combined cycle units. That proposed project would be permitted to supply up to approximately 90% of the city's electricity needs without any outside support, including transmission from outside the city. The proposed project would necessitate removal of the existing boiler building due to space requirements, and it would also comply with all existing South Coast AQMD rules and regulations and emission limits that are applicable to the project and the emission sources. The 2018 final EIR did evaluate 5 alternatives to the proposed project. That included the no project alternative, essentially the city taking no action and letting the existing generation units be taken out of service over time due to inability to continue to maintain them or not being able to meet new emission standards promulgated by South Coast Air Quality Management District. Second alternative was an energy storage project alternative that would entail replacing the existing units 1 through 8 just with battery energy storage. Alternative 3 was an alternative energy project alternative that would be utility scale photovoltaic and or wind power generated outside of the city of Glendale with energy storage local and a new transmission line to bring that energy into the city for use and storage. A fourth alternative was a 150 megawatt project alternative. That would be 150 megawatts of thermal generation using natural gas with a new transmission line as well. The fifth alternative was a 200 megawatt project alternative, essentially a reduced size thermal energy project compared to the proposed project that was 262 megawatts and also would have local battery energy storage. There were two new project alternatives that were evaluated and considered in the 2021 partially recirculated draft environmental impact report. Those consisted of alternatives 7 and 8. Alternative 7 would be thermal generation, natural gas fueled, between 93 and 100 megawatts. That would entail 5 smaller reciprocating internal combustion engines, as well as 75 megawatts and 300 megawatt hours of battery energy storage. Alternative 8 would include refurbishing existing units 8A and 8BC, which would entail approximately 101 megawatts of natural gas fueled generation, and would also be comprised of 75 megawatts and 300 megawatt hours of battery energy storage. The benefits of alternative 7 and 8 compared to the proposed project: it is greener and cleaner technology, reduced energy production, considerably less fuel usage, lower emissions compared to the proposed project and the existing plant. Alternative 7 and 8 also, similar to the proposed project, is compliant with all applicable emission limits and rules and regulations by South Coast Air Quality Management District. You can see the images on the right of the slide here. Those are photo simulations of alternative 7, a view from the corner of Fairmont and Flower Street. Just a general arrangement of alternative 7. If you can see my cursor on the screen, we've got battery storage here. Also in this area, with the thermal generation units placed here, I want to draw your attention to this gray shaded area, which represents the foundation of the existing boiler building that would be removed as part of not only the proposed project, but also alternative 7 and 8. General arrangement for alternative 8. Similar, we've got the boiler building foundation in gray that would also be removed. Proposed placement of batteries here, as well as over in this area, and the existing generation units that would be refurbished would be in this area here. I want to just cover some of the key findings of the environmental impact report related to the proposed project, as well as the alternatives that were studied. This slide just represents a quick snapshot or summary of the process and the timeline that the city has been through with the California Environmental Quality Act compliance process for this project. That started with initial study and a notice of preparation back in December of 2016 and January of 2017, when that went out for review and comment. The city then did prepare a draft environmental impact report that went out for public review and comment for a period of 62 days between September and November of 2017. The city presented the 2018 final EIR to City Council, and that was in mid-2018. City Council at that time elected to take no action on the final EIR and did direct staff to study cleaner alternatives. In July of 2019, Glendale Water and Power issued the clean energy RFP that Mr. Young previously spoke to, and the results were presented in the 2019 Integrated Resources Plan. The city did add alternative 7 and 8 and updated some of the environmental impact analysis from the 2018 final EIR and released a partially recirculated draft EIR for public review for a period of 98 days between August and November of 2021. In January of this year, the city did release the 2022 final EIR. And our next step after this meeting tonight is to take the final EIR to City Council for consideration in February, on February 15th of 2022. The 2022 final EIR is really a compilation of all those steps and components of the CEQA process that I just spoke to. That includes the 2017 draft EIR, the 2018 final EIR, the 2021 partially recirculated draft EIR, and the response to comments received on that, which is all part of the 2022 final EIR. In the 2017-2018 version, evaluated the proposed project and the 5 alternatives that we spoke about. Those were the 1 through 5. The city received over 1,100 comment letters on that draft document. The city did respond to all of those comments. There were a lot of the comments that were similar in nature in regards to the environmental resource categories or topics that were commented on. So the city did prepare 11 topical responses to address a large portion of those comments as well. In the 2021 partially recirculated draft DIR that did evaluate the new project alternatives 7 and 8 that we just went through when I showed the general arrangements for, an updated cultural and paleontological resources section, added an energy and also a wildfire impact section, which were new additions to the CEQA guidelines since the original 2018 EIR was prepared and released. City received 36 written and 96 verbal comments and did respond to all those comments and created 8 new topical responses that are part of that 2022 final EIR. The final EIR determined there would be less than significant impacts to air quality, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hydrology and water quality, tribal and cultural resources, energy, wildfire, and cumulative impact. So less than significant, did not require any mitigation measures. The findings were that aesthetics, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, and transportation and traffic would be less than significant after the incorporation of mitigation measures. And there would be one significant and unavoidable impact to cultural and paleontological resources. And we will speak to that in the coming slides as well. Just a summary of all the alternatives that were evaluated collectively in that final EIR. We talked about the first 5. We talked about 7 and 8. You may have noticed there was one skipped, a number 6, that was considered very similar to alternative 7, comprised of the Tesla and Wärtsilä components with just a different arrangement. And in further study, it was determined that there was inadequate space requirements for that reconfiguration. So that was dropped out of the analysis. As part of the EIR, not only do we evaluate potential impacts of each of the alternatives, how they compare to the proposed project, we also evaluated how consistent or not each one of the alternatives would be with the proposed project objectives. Mr. Young had a slide up front that had the 9 project objectives. And you can see here the proposed project meets all 100%, 9 of 9. No project alternative only meets 1 of 9. Alternative 2 would meet 5 of 9 objectives. Alternative 3 would meet 4 of 9. Alternative 4, 6 of 9. And alternatives 5, 7, and 8 would meet 100% all 9 of the project objectives. Alternative 7 was identified as the environmentally superior alternative, meeting the project objectives while resulting in the fewest environmental impacts of the proposed project and all other alternatives that were considered. This is just a summary of the 8 topical responses that we previously mentioned. Topical response 1, project purpose and objectives. 2 was related to project costs. 3, historical resources. 4, air quality. 5, 100% clean energy. 6, consideration of alternatives in the EIR. 7, a need to potentially recirculate the EIR. And sufficiency of alternative 2 to meet the city's energy needs and demand. And with that, I would like to invite Mr. Dave Tadeusian, who Mr. Young also introduced, to come and speak about topical response number 1, the project purpose and objectives.
Good evening, Vice Chairperson Werner, members of the commission, members of the public, and members of the GWP staff. In topical response number 1, we speak to the need for the Grayson repower. The need is driven by really largely reliability concerns. Being able to address contingencies that arise from the loss of an electrical transmission line, a loss of a generator at the other end of the transmission is supplying power to Glendale, and so on. GWP has an import capacity of about 238 megawatts. That's transmission imports from the east, the north, and Magnolia and Burbank. That's expected to grow to 310 megawatts in 2027. The additional 72 megawatts rises through the Southwest Transmission System as part of Glendale's participation in the Intermountain Power Project repowering. In going from the current plant to the repowering, some project participants dropped out and GWP was able to purchase the transmission capacity that became available. Glendale's had a historical peak of 346 megawatts, and looking in the IRP, that is expected to grow to over 400 within the next 5 to 10 years. There's local programs for energy efficiency, Wilden, demand response, Franklin. Both of those are in process. They're in effect and working. And then the virtual power plant with Sunrun that's coming up to the City Council on the 8th of February. Those are expected to contribute an additional 50 megawatts of generation savings within the city. And as I said, GWP is obligated to reliably serve load within the city. And doing that means not just meeting the peak load, but also being prepared to deal with contingencies that can arise. Glendale is within the LA Balancing Authority that is managed by LA Department of Water and Power. And so there's agreement between GWP and LADWP that covers their roles. And in the BASA agreement, what LA does is their obligation is to cover 80 megawatts of a contingency for the first 60 minutes. And that is to give GWP time to cover that contingency and then carry on from there. And so local generation, those reserves can be provided either by transmission or local generation. The problem with providing them by transmission, however, is that takes away from being able to supply load. And so that's a role that local generation can play, is to help cover those contingencies, allowing the full capacity of transmission to be used to import renewables and other energy sources. So Glendale plays that critical role. In Topical Response 1, and Topical Response 1 and 8, in a way, address the same issue, but from different perspectives. In Topical Response 1, we took, in effect, a best case approach, maximizing the contribution from all other resources, assuming that they were fully available, aligned in time, all producing at their maximum, ignoring any limitations due to time of day or stored energy in a battery system, and so on. And we looked at 2 time periods. One was 2024 and the other was 2027. 2024 was driven by the shutdown of units 1 through 8 at the end of 23. There is a South Coast Rule 1135, that mandates that existing generation that's been operating under earlier higher air emissions limits needs to be brought into compliance with current day requirements. And the requirement to do so is the end of 23. And 2027 is the time when the additional 72 megawatts becomes available on the Southwest Transmission System. So if you look at the second row of the table, you'll see 72 megawatts appear in 2027 that doesn't appear in 2024. And so what that provides GWP in 2024, they will have a capacity to supply 283 megawatts. And then in 2027, that grows by the 72 megawatts, plus Shoal Canyon, plus the DER and the virtual power plant, plus Eland, all that will grow to 437 megawatts. In this table, we look at, from the other side of the equation, the requirement side. So there's the historical peak load of 346 megawatts. We looked at the IRP and interpolated what the projected load was for 2027. And then we added to that what the N-1 contingency was, and the N-1-1. In 2024, that N-1 contingency, and actually in all 4 cases, is 100 megawatts on the Pacific DC intertie. And then the N-1-1 is Unit 9 in 2024. But with the addition of the Southwest Transmission System, that introduces a larger second contingency, which is 64 megawatts. And so what you see is that without the repower, without balancing back to the previous slide, the requirements are greater than the available resources. And when you look at with alternative 7, you'll see that in 2024, GWP's own resources won't be able to meet the requirements, but with the repower will in 2027. And the way that gets addressed with what happens between 2024 and 2027 is that just like during the construction period, when Grayson won't be operating at all, except for Unit 9, Glendale's gonna have to arrange with its neighbors to provide the necessary reserves to ensure reliable service. So, you know, everyone asks, well, how about more transmission? And, you know, transmission is something that, you know, Glendale's always looking at. That's how they came to pick up the 72 megawatts when it became available. But Glendale is located in a very urban environment. The resources that it really needs to access are outside the LA basin. And that means transmission through the LA basin, through other cities, through other utilities. And transmission lines are long, linear facilities. And permitting those, trying to build them in this kind of environment is an extremely difficult effort. If you go back to the original 2018 FEIR, it actually describes some past efforts to try and build new transmission. So when new opportunities come available for additional transmission, like with the Southwest Transmission System, GWP sees that opportunity. When you go look at the LADWP transmission system, it's oversubscribed. There are segments of the LADWP transmission system that literally have a waiting list of 2,000 megawatts or more of other entities wanting to get capacity on those transmission systems. So GWP is really in a position where new transmission is not a high probability scenario. It's also been suggested joining CAISO. Well, you can only be part of one balancing authority or the other. And if you join CAISO, the interconnect there is less than 200 megawatts, less than what's currently available. So it really doesn't make sense to do that. The other question that's been raised is, well, what's this going to cost? And so at the time the proposed project was being worked on, we had an executed contract with the equipment supplier. We had a firm bid to do that had been selected to do the EPC construction work. And so what we've done for this purpose here is taken that pricing and escalated it using basically CPI. For alternative 7, there's about 73% of the estimated value is tied to contracts that are currently in negotiation with Tesla and Wärtsilä. And the balance of that, 27% is an engineer's estimate. And alternative 8 is all based on estimate, recognizing that 2 key parts of that project, the Unit 8A and 8BC gas turbines, are existing on the ground and would be reused. And that is the major reason why alternative 8 is a lesser cost. None of these costs include financing costs, and they don't include the cost of the Glendale switching station. That would be built after alternative 7 or 8 were completed because the space it would occupy is needed for laydown. One of the challenges that we face is that costs are escalating. I think we're all familiar with what's going on with inflation as well as the supply chain. But the other thing that has been going on is that the cost of lithium has been escalating. This is not the only significant investment that Glendale is making in securing, GWP is making in securing Glendale's energy supply. All the efforts to add local demand response, Eland, the geothermal projects, all that totals up to approximately $589 million. So another significant amount being spent to provide clean and renewable energy to Glendale. With that, I would now like to turn it over to Michael Weber to talk about historical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tavosian. In the 2018 final EIR and prior to that, the city did conduct a thorough investigation and study of historical resources and the potential of them to be present on the power plant site property. That study concluded that there were no historical resources on the site that met the, I'm sorry, I'm not on the right slide. Can everybody see the topical response 3 historical resource slide now? My apologies.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so that study concluded that there were no historical resources on the site that met national, state, or local criteria. City Council also directed staff to meet with the Glendale Historical Society when City Council did not take action on that 2018 final EIR. And after multiple meetings with the Glendale Historical Society, Glendale Water and Power and the city did elect to treat the boiler building as a discretionary historical resource and adopt a series of mitigation measures to try to reduce the significance of demolishing and removing that building. Unfortunately, our determination was that even after mitigation, it would remain a significant and unavoidable impact. And just want to note that that boiler building must be demolished both for the proposed project and most of the alternatives, including alternatives 7 and 8. Removal of that building would not be required for alternative 1, the no project, and alternative 3, the alternative energy project alternative. And this is just a simple graphic showing the demolition associated with the proposed project. All of the structures that are shaded yellow would be demolished, and just draw your attention to this A structure, which is the boiler building as well. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Carl Laney with Montrose Air Quality Services to briefly talk about air quality.
Good evening, Vice Chairman Werner and members of the Commission. We're going to be speaking now to several of the key components of the air quality analysis that was done and concepts that were introduced in the responses to comments. Topical response number 4. The slide before you shows several sets of data. The column to the left shows an updated baseline operations profile for the years 2019 and 2020. It's an average of the 2 years. Several people have asked us to take a look at the projects from that perspective. During that year, you can see we consumed about 1.3 million BTU per year. NOx emissions were approximately 9 tons, and CO2 equivalent emissions were about 75,000 tons. We also wanted to point out for the Commission what the current permits allow. In CEQA, we take a look at historic actual to proposed potential emissions, assuming that the project were operated to its full capacity. But because this is an existing facility, we also felt that there is value in showing you how the proposed project and the alternatives look relative to what the existing facility can do. That's in that second column. I'm going to go down to NOx emissions. Today, you're permitted for 90 tons per year of NOx emissions from the equipment. CO2 equivalent emissions, if all fuel were consumed in accordance with the permit, would be about 260,000 metric tons. The proposed project, as previously indicated, is an increase over historic emissions. And you see that there where NOx emissions would be potentially 51 tons per year. We've included profiles for Alternative 7, which is the Wärtsilä engine and Tesla alternative, and Alternative 8, which is a scale back of the existing facility and retrenchment and retrofit of turbines 8 ABC. Alternative 7 and Alternative 8 have fairly similar profiles, a little over 1 million BTU potential fuel consumption for 7, 1.2 million for alternative number 8. NOx emissions are similar. The most dramatic difference is CO2 emissions. Again, we're looking at potential CO2 emissions, 54,000 metric tons versus 74,000 metric tons in 2019-2020, and Alternative 8 at 66, almost 67,000 metric tons. The difference in the CO2 emissions, it's basically speaking to the difference in fuel efficiency of the Wärtsilä engines versus the older gas turbines, units 8A, B, and C that are in place. During this whole process, there were a lot of concerns raised about the enforceability of what we are presenting to you in the CEQA process, recognizing that Alternative 7 and 8 represent about a 14% capacity factor of the engines or turbines. Enforceability of what you're seeing in the CEQA process is managed by the South Coast AQMD. Applications for permits to the South Coast AQMD reflect the operating profiles that you see in CEQA. The permits from South Coast AQMD will enforce that in various ways, including limits on annual startups, number of startups, the duration of startups, annual emission profiles, annual fuel limits. It will also include a series of daily and monthly limits of operating profiles and emissions. The next slide gives us an overview of the significance determination of the initially proposed project. I'll read through NOx, and I think it shows a good example of how to interpret the rest of the table. Potential emissions of NOx from the initially proposed project would be 648 pounds per day, compared with 29 pounds per day in the 2019-2020 baseline. Again, this is an updated baseline. I would like to speak to the baseline a little bit, if you don't mind. The baseline emissions reflect the emissions that GWP reported to South Coast AQMD for those 2 years, and it's an average of those 2 years. However, there are several things to point out that speak to the conservative nature of this baseline. The first of which is we follow South Coast's new source review process of converting the annual emissions that are reported to the district to a daily profile. And in that process, we ignored all operations of the boilers, and we ignored a good component of the operations of, of boiler 3, I should say. We ignored operations of the gas turbines, and we also discounted a good component of boilers 4 and 5, which were a good component of those emissions. So here we see the net increase in the South Coast process, in its permitting process. You will see that with the offset program in place, all pollutants are below thresholds of significance. Many pollutants are below thresholds of significance, even ignoring the offset program. If we carry through to Alternative 7, you'll see much lower emission profiles. because it's a much smaller project. You'll see actual decreases in daily emissions in the using CO for an example, but our increases of other pollutants are much lower, and again are below significance, especially when the offsets are considered. Alternative 8 has similar profiles, slightly higher in some cases, but again below the threshold of significance. We also conducted air quality impact analyses, not only for the project, but for alternative 7 and 8. So in this exercise, what we do is we take a look at those mass emissions and take a look at how those emissions are dispersed from the stacks and how they affect the ability to maintain compliance with state and federal ambient air quality standards. The columns in green indicate the impact of alternatives 7 and 8. You'll see that they're fairly similar, as one would expect, given the fuel consumption profiles. And in the right column, you see the thresholds that South Coast allows and EPA and CARB allow for determining significance. In all cases, we're below those thresholds. And that continues on to this next page. Finally, I'll speak to greenhouse gas emissions, comparing alternative 7 and 8 to the proposed project, and also comparing them to the updated 2019-2020 baseline emissions. The proposed project, as previously expressed, would be an increase over baseline emissions, even when we were looking at earlier years. Alternative 7 and alternatives 8 both present a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from historic actual emissions for 2019 and 2020. Again, the difference that you see between alternative 7 and alternative 8 speak to the efficiency of the reciprocating internal combustion engines versus the older gas turbines. And Mr. Young will now come on to speak to topical response number 5.
Thank you. Topical response number 5, 100% clean energy path. Glendale Water and Power has had over 20 years history in clean energy. And presently, in order for us to get 100% clean energy, Glendale would need to have more transmission, longer duration storage, and or alternative fuels such as green hydrogen or renewable natural gas. The proposed project, Alternative 7 and Alternative 8, both have paths to 100% hydrogen, which would allow us to meet the SB 100 goal of 2045, 100% clean. The repowering is a bridge to the 100% clean, as we know that we're going to be using natural gas at about 15% capacity factor, with the thought of being able to convert to clean fuel source. In 2024, we will reassess and do a 2024 integrated resource plan. In the 2019 integrated resource plan, which was really the 2018 integrated resource plan, the state standardized the integrated resource process. And in 2018, it was the first year all municipals or all utilities were required to fill out this integrated resource plan. We had asked for an extension due to our repowering, and that is why we have a 2019 plan as opposed to everybody else's 2018 plan. This plan is supposed to go through 2018 to 2030, and it gets submitted to the CEC for approval. It includes long-term forecasts and ways for us to be able to meet our load and our reliability commitments. The annual energy is expected to also increase as electrification of buildings and transportations mature, and it is expected to alter the peak time and duration. I believe I've shown this slide before. This slide is a graphical representation of clean or renewable projects that we've had since 1930. And granted, the Hoover Dam is not today considered a renewable asset, but back in 1930, it was considered renewable. We presently have about 146 megawatts of clean energy imports, 6 megawatts of geothermal presently from Nevada, 11 megawatts of nuclear from Palo Verde Nuclear Power Facility, approximately 39 megawatts of wind from the Midwest and the North, 40 megawatts of hydro from Hoover Dam and a small hydro project that we have that does run of the river, and 50 megawatt portfolio of at least 75% clean. That project was originally a solar project. The vendor had a hard time actually getting the project up and running, so we gave them the leeway to provide us with renewable assets regardless of source. And I believe that this coming year, we will be then going back to solar. Glendale Water and Power is a smart energy provider. The smart energy provider demonstrates a commitment to and proficiency in energy efficiency, distributed generation, and environmental and sustainable initiatives that support a goal of providing low cost, quality, safe, and reliable electric service. Glendale joins 97 other public utilities in this nationwide designation. We're also an RP3 award winner, and this is design recognizes public utilities that demonstrate proficiency in 4 key disciplines: reliability, safety, workforce development, and system improvements. GWP joins 275 public power utilities nationwide that holds this designation. To create a sustainable future, we've increased our solar imports, and we've always professed during this repower and community outreach that our goal, GWP's goal, is to maximize the amount of renewables across the existing portfolio of transmission assets. So solar is one of those assets, along with wind and geothermal. Local solar development. We're in the final stages of finalizing the contract with our virtual power plant, which will be one of the biggest in the country. And on a per capita basis, we'd be very proud of being the model for this virtual power plant. We've also included energy efficiency and demand response programs. Presently, we have Franklin and Wildon as companies that we're partnering with, but we have over many, many years been involved in energy efficiency and demand response programs. Our EV programs right now, we have about 20 megawatts of rooftop solar from residents, and we're in the process right now, besides the Sunrun virtual power plant, to look at City of Glendale owned areas for us to be able to increase our solar penetration locally. This is a pie chart of what our renewable or our resources look like. As we start to develop the new repowering option, that natural gas pie will go drastically lower. Like we said, the alternative 93 megawatts of the Wärtsilä engines would have a capacity factor of 15. And that means of the possible chance of being able to generate, we would only be generating at the max of 15%. So that should cover our reliability component. That would cover the reserves, and for the extra hot days in which our transmission cannot supporting our load. And I would like to turn it back over to Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I want to briefly talk about the alternatives in our topical response number 6. And CEQA does not require that every possible alternative to a proposed project be studied. The city, including the 7 alternatives that were carried forward for detailed evaluation within the EIR, the city also considered a wide range of other alternatives that were not carried forward. Those included things like alternative sites, alternative technologies. And in many cases, those were shown to either not be feasible or would not result in a substantial decrease in environmental impacts compared to the proposed project and were not carried forward. But those 7 that were carried forward really does represent a reasonable range of alternatives that were studied consistent with CEQA. CEQA also does not require that alternatives be studied in the same level of detail as the proposed project, and the city's approach to the alternatives evaluation was to study it in sufficient detail to have a meaningful comparison to inform a selection of alternatives based on the potential environmental impact. So we categorize those as being either or having a less, similar, or greater potential environmental impact to every environmental resource category that was studied compared to the proposed project. We briefly and previously talked about the objectives consistency evaluation that was conducted as part of that project to show how well or how well not some of the alternatives met the objectives. And in compliance with CEQA, did identify the environmentally superior alternative. And again, that was alternative 7. Did receive some comments that the city should have released more information for public review as part of the partially recirculated draft DIR. We previously spoke about City Council not taking action on the 2018 final EIR and studying additional alternatives that could reduce environmental impacts and be cleaner in the proposed project. After the clean energy RFP was completed and evaluated, that did result in 2 additional alternatives, the alternatives 7 and 8. Much of that 2018 final EIR, particularly related to the proposed project, has not changed. And there was no requirement for CEQA to recirculate that information. That has not changed at all. So that's why the city and GWP did circulate only portions of the EIR that did have significant changes. And certainly there was no requirement or need to recirculate beyond that. And with that, I would like to invite Mr. Tadeusian back up to quickly discuss the sufficiency of an energy storage project alternative. Thank you.
Good evening again. One of the alternatives that was studied was alternative 2, which looked at an all energy storage option. And if you look at if you look at the topical number 8, one of the things that we did in there was we did an hourly evaluation over a period of 4 days from 2017. Those same 4 days were in the original FEIR. And whereas in topical response number 1, I said we looked at all the resources and we stacked them up so that they're all assumed to be producing 100% all at the same time. That was done in topical response number 1 to minimize the size of Grayson. So if you did that analysis and said you needed X, you were pretty assured that you needed at least that amount out of Grayson and potentially more. And what we did in topical response number 8, the goal there was to show what was the minimum amount of energy storage that would be needed. And so what we did is we did an hourly evaluation. We had actual loads from those 4 days in 2017. And we looked at how the peak loads had changed in the IRP, how they're forecasted to change. And we used that to estimate 2024 and 2027. For 2024, we actually used the 2017 loads. So when you look at topical response number 8 and you look at those 4 days, those are the actual loads that occurred those hours, those days. And if you don't include Grayson, and by 2024, not all of Elan, the virtual power plant, the demand response, not all of those are fully developed. That's accounted for in there, so you don't see them at their full output. And when you look at those 4 days, what you see is that the maximum shortfall that occurs in any hour is 158 megawatts. And if you total up the shortfall in energy over those 4 days, it's about 4,000 megawatt hours. and that the maximum charging power that was available at night when loads are lower, but all your transmission is still available, you see a maximum available capacity of 48 megawatts. And so then we went and did 2027. And what we did in 2027 is we added in Eland, we added in the 72 megawatts from the STS. We assumed the full DER contribution, distributed energy resource contribution, assumed the full virtual power plant. And in fact, we did more than that because whereas the virtual power plant only is guaranteed to produce 50.5. If you go look in topical response number 8, you'll see we credited more than that. We looked at what we thought it would actually produce in those days of August. And so we gave all the other resources the maximum they could do. For example, on transmission, there was no summer D rate involved. We assumed they worked at their full capacity. When you did that evaluation, well, the required energy dropped quite a bit, and that's because Shoal Canyon's working, the 72 megawatts of the STS, both of those resources are there. That's almost 100 additional megawatts that's available all the time. Has a big impact. But the maximum gap only fell from 158 to 154 megawatts. So that, in our mind, set the size that the battery would have to meet, roughly 150 to 160 megawatts in power capacity, and then at least 2,400 megawatt hours in energy capacity cover those 4 days. It's also useful to keep in mind that 154 megawatts, if you look at Grayson, 93 megawatts of thermal, and 75 megawatts out of a 4-hour battery, at 75 and 93 is 168 megawatts. And that's part of the reason we think we need 5 engines at Grayson plus the battery, because it's pretty close to the 154, 158 megawatts. So I encourage you to look at that. It's, like I say, it's an hourly evaluation of all the resources that would be available, hourly evaluation of the loads based on real experience. So when we look at the options for energy storage in Glendale, there's several things that come into play. Available space and siting. Glendale is an urban environment, and Grayson is really the one place available to do utility scale stuff. We looked at the other switching stations and substations, and they're all pretty compact, and for good reason, because real estate is at a premium. So Grayson really was the spot. We considered the need that because of the shortage of ability to charge during the summer, because the loads don't drop low enough to free up enough transmission capacity at night to charge the battery, that an all energy storage solution would require a seasonal shift in energy. And really, today, the prime technology for doing that is hydroelectric, where, in the state, we store water during the winter and release it during the summer to generate hydroelectricity. That is energy storage on a large utility scale that results in a seasonal shift. We also looked at what's commercially available. You can look at a number of other technologies that are in small scale commercial or still in development. But when you look at what businesses, what people are willing to invest in, what other utilities are doing to deploy the large amounts of storage that are being done right now, what they're doing is lithium-ion batteries. And the reason for that is because it is a proven technology, it's well understood, it's investable, and it's fully commercially developed. One of the challenges we have because of that is the battery costs have now started to increase. And what this graph is showing is what's happened to lithium carbonate on the exchange. And you can see that the price has actually started going up, and it's of late has gone up rather steeply. Partly that's because of growth in utility storage, as well as growth in electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are now shifting over to lithium phosphate technology, even though it's not quite as energy dense. And so all this is pushing pricing. In the comments we received, it was suggested that we should be using $137 per kilowatt hour as a price. We had used something higher than that in the EIR based on the pricing we'd received from the Clean Energy RFP. That pricing was from a 2019 battery survey. So, 2 years old. We looked at the Lazard 2020 study, and that had a range of 183 to 412 for similar type of projects. If you took a midpoint of that, 2,400 megawatt hours comes out to about $700 million. So doing all energy storage, like I say, we're faced with, we can't import enough electricity to charge it. And it's a pretty expensive proposition. So next steps and a timeline going forward. We're getting to a critical point on this project. The procurement process for the balance of site contractor, that's the contractor, Tesla and Wärtsilä, they each build their power island. And in the case of alternative 8, it would still be Tesla would build their power island, but this balance of site contractor would do all of alternative 8 except for Tesla. And for alternative 7, the balance of site contractor has to plug Tesla and Wärtsilä into the rest of the site. That RFP process is on hold, awaiting a selection of what we're going to be doing going forward. The work to separate Unit 9 so it can continue to operate independent of the rest of the Grayson, that work won't start until November of 2022. And that is so that Grayson can continue to run during the summer of 22 to ensure reliability. And so we need to be ready to start the demolition process at the beginning of next year. And during that demolition process, we need to be doing engineering and long lead procurement. And so all this drives towards, we need to make a decision on what we're going to do so the balance of site contractor procurement process can proceed forward and have those folks on board ready to start engineering and starting doing their procurement while demolition is underway. And lastly, we face a December 31 deadline at the end of this year to file with South Coast on what we're going to do with units 1 to 8. As explained in the 2022 FEIR, trying to upgrade the 1 to 5 boilers is infeasible. With units 8A, B, and C, there's a pathway to upgrade those units that's embodied in alternative 8. But again, we need to know what we're going to do so we can tell South Coast units 1 through 8 are being shut down because we're doing alternative 7, or we're just shutting down 1 through 5 and we're going to refurbish 8. All this drives towards needing to make a decision in a timely manner as to what we're going to be doing. What are the consequences of not making a decision? Doing nothing means that after the end of 23, only Unit 9 would be available to run. Glendale would lose 219 megawatts of local generation. Glendale is a city that imports 85% of its electricity. It has a peak load of about 350 megawatts and an import capacity of 200 megawatts. And so while, yes, there's an effort to add 50 megawatts of distributed energy resources and Unit 9 will still be here, is that a wise course to proceed upon? And without certifying the EIR, there's no utility scale energy storage. The EIR is key to addressing clearing of the Grayson site and making room for the energy storage. even with the added 72 megawatts in 2027, if you look at topical response number 1, you look at the hourly evaluation in topical response number 8, even with that 72 megawatts, there's still a need to do something locally, and Grayson is the proposed solution for that. So doing nothing, raises a serious risk to reliability. Our schedule, on Monday night, we had the GWP Commission meeting. Tonight, we're meeting with the Sustainability Commission. Up until earlier this week, the City Council meeting was scheduled for February 8th. That's now been moved to February 15th. This summer, we need to complete the procurement work for the balance site contractor. Grayson will be running. And then once we get to November, Grayson comes offline, except for Unit 9. Well, Unit 9 will come offline at the same time for a week or so. There'll be other work that'll take longer, but we separate Unit 9 so it can run by itself. Demolition would start in March. That's about a 14-month process is our estimate. And then in May of 24, construction work starts at the site. And in March, we expect to have the Tesla battery system online. And by fourth quarter of 2025, the thermal generation, whether it's alternative 7 or alternative 8, we should have it online. So I know that there's a couple of presentations that will be following us, but we're happy to answer questions that the commission may have at your discretion. Thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of the team.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a lot of information. Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
Sharing it.
Yes, hello? Can you hear me? Is this mic on? Okay, all right, just making sure. I saw Mr. Cartoon smile, so I think you heard me. So does anyone have any questions? I know that was a lot to digest in one sitting, but thought folks might have some questions. Yes, Mr. Cartoon.
It's not a question, but it's a statement, if I may. A couple of things. Number one, transmission capacity on multiple occasions in the packet today in the EIR. Transmission capacity was mentioned as a constraint. For example, on page 13 of the EIR, we say Glendale Water and Power Study by Essend. Glendale would need to acquire additional transmission capacity to meet renewable energy. In the EIR, page 717, similar statement about the need for additional capacity in order to bring in renewable resources. These are not easy projects. I would strongly encourage Glendale Water and Power to pursue additional transmission. In my limited experience, these take up to 20 plus years. So just by repowering Grayson is not going to be enough in the future. As we get closer to SP 100 mandates, we're going to need additional capacity. That's my statement in terms of transmission. In terms of generation, in the EIR, there was a statement that was sent on the 10 megawatts for solar plus storage that will come on board during Q1 of 2022. This was the BNV project. Looking forward to that. I understand you're looking at 77 sites. That said, in terms of solar plus storage, in the EIR on page 516, there was also a statement that said there's lack of access to sufficient acreage. There's not enough acreage in Glendale to put enough storage, enough solar plus storage. Even if we use all the city sites, unless we're willing to get rid of all our hillsides and put them put solar on all of them. Even that may not be enough. In terms of generation or peak demand, I know our peak demand for 2027 is estimated to be around 398 megawatts. But in a response to Councilman Brotman, December 15th, the figure of 570 megawatts was mentioned. That was in response to Brotman. That may need to be fixed, and if you haven't already, please advise Councilman Brotman. The other thing that I would say is that the future of power industry is not only in generation. You're already doing a lot in terms of demand response, in terms of energy efficiency. Keep up the good work, double down on that, because the future is more going to be, the critical part is going to be controlling demand at the peak hours, including time of use. One final thing that I wish it was part of the objectives, page 5.2 of the, and page 7 of the deck, is minimizing the negative health impacts on residents. That wasn't one of the objectives that we were trying to hit. In this case, it does, because if we retire the aging plants and, adopt new ones or build new ones, it is going to improve air quality. It is going to improve negatives. But I wish that was one of the objectives in addition to the other 9 objectives. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kortunian. Are there any other commissioners that would like to ask questions? I had a question. I know I probably sound like a broken record, but the peak savings program, we were told several months ago that some other smart meters would be coming online, or smart thermostats, I should say. And when I checked yesterday, the same 2 smart meter or smart thermostats were still the only 2 that are being supported. Do we have an update on when these other ones will go online, since that is such a critical part, lowering our peak demand?
Yes, Vice Chairperson Werner. We're in the final stages of negotiating with one of the companies that is producing one of the smart thermostats. I sound like a broken record, but I will have to get back with you. But I do remember seeing the final contract with them. I just not sure whether it is signed or we're about ready to sign it. I will get back with you and reply to you first thing Monday morning.
All right, thank you. And also, do we have any statistics on what the return on investment is for this, for the proposed project? Like, when were they break even? It's almost $500 million. So is that something that will break even on in, a person who's born yesterday's lifetime, or is that 10 years?
So there is no rate impact to the Grayson Repower. The efficiency of the new units and being able to not support the maintenance of the old infrastructure partially offsets the cost of the new units. The ability to be able to shift load with the batteries and our infrastructure will pay a huge dividend. But a return on investment, I don't look at it that way, because it's really an insurance policy more than it is a profit-making machine. Given the fact that municipals don't make profit, we're using it as an insurance policy to make sure that we have reliable energy. But the load shift is the big component in not having to pay for the maintenance of an old project.
Okay. Well, I was looking at your presentation where they mentioned that the 2030 clean energy study, that you could get to 89% clean energy, but you would have to increase rates by 25 to 31%. Given that the GWP essentially hands over close to $20 million a year to the general fund. If that transfer wasn't taking place, would ratepayers not see an increase? Or is that including if they, or would they still have to raise rates even if they stop doing the transfer?
Transfer questions. I'm new to being the general manager at GWP. I wouldn't be able to answer the question on the transfer to the general fund.
Okay. Is there one of your colleagues that could answer that?
I don't think there's. Hold on, please.
Good evening. I'm Christine Godinez. I'm the Principal Assistant City Attorney for Glendale Water and Power. So I understand you had a question about, if you could repeat the question, related to the transfer to the general fund?
Well, yeah, for many years, Glendale Water and Power has been transferring what they call like excess funds, from the, the profits basically to the general fund of the city that gets used for different programs and so on. So I was wondering, because they mentioned if they get to 89% clean energy by 2030, like that was achievable, but only if they raise rates by 25%. And I was suggesting, well, what if we just stopped transferring $20 million a year to the general fund? Would that, cause them not to have to raise the rates by 25%?
That's something that certainly would have to be studied in a cost of service analysis. But just, I'm not an expert in economics, but that's $20 million versus the cost of those clean energy programs, I think is in excess of $20 million a year. So I don't know that that would be the case, but there's actually a cost of service analysis presentation that's going to the City Council on Tuesday of this coming week. So I think that might be the more appropriate forum for that type of question, since that's getting a little bit off topic of tonight's agenda. So I don't want to stray too far under the Brown Act, but I guess bottom line is that would need to be studied, certainly in a COSA.
Well, I'm just asking a question that was on the slide. The slide specifically said that they could get to 89% clean energy, but only if they gave an estimated 25 to 31% rate increase, which suggests that a economic study of some sort was done. These figures came from somewhere. So my first thought was like, well, what about that $20 million a year that we give away to the general fund? So does it account for that or not? So it sounds
right.
like
so in that figure, to be clear, that came from the Ascend 100% clean by 2030 study. So that would require a more detailed analysis before whatever the cost impact of that 89% clean could be studied. But certainly, the charter mandated transfer that is included in the COSA that is going to be discussed at City Council next Tuesday. So it's an interesting thought. That's definitely something that has not been studied in the COSA to date.
It's allowable in the chart. It's not in the charter. It's not mandated in the charter, and it's supposed to be excess funds, not so it's not a a requirement that they transfer that. It's supposed to be funds that the utility it's in excess of what they need to operate or keep the place running. So just throwing that out there. So all right.
Definitely there's certain wording in the charter, but that's again getting a little off topic. So
does anyone else have any questions before we move on to the presentations from the organizations? Okay, so we have three groups that want to speak. It's first one will be Earth Justice, followed by the Glendale Environmental Coalition, followed by the Zero Carbon Glendale. So is Byron Chan of Earth Justice prepared to start their presentation?
Hi, Commissioner. Good evening. I am. Just wanted to preface my presentation with I am having some internet connection issues. It only happens when I talk to Glendale commissioners, it seems like. And if I cut out, I also have the meeting on my phone. So sorry David Jones, if you see two Byrons, I'm the other one on my phone, so I will then transfer to my phone and hopefully it will be seamless, but I just wanted to provide an update at that time, provide an update to you. David, am I able to share my screen or will you be sharing the screen?
Sorry, we'll be sharing the screen. Vlad, are you ready?
I'm ready, yes, thank you.
So when you want to go to the next slide, just indicate it and we'll move the presentation along.
Okay.
I'm ready. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you. And sorry, I'll just let folks know, I originally planned to control the presentation myself. So there will be, I had some animations that are going to come in and I was going to click, but now since I'm not presenting, if when I say click, if you would just click for me, then I would really appreciate that. And please ignore the clicks because they weren't supposed to be in there, but thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. My name is Byron Chan, and I'm an attorney at Earth Justice. Along with the Sierra Club, specifically it's Verdugo Hills Group, we are urging you to reject the fossil fuel project at Grayson. And we're urging you to do that because we firmly believe that Glendale can meet its energy needs through renewable energy that is cheaper, healthier, and safer than fossil fuel. And I wanted to start tonight by just saying it's a real privilege to be talking to you all on the Sustainability Commission today. When Glendale first considered investing in fossil fuel at Grayson, there was no Sustainability Commission. So I'm really happy that there is a commission now made up of you all who have a clear commitment to promoting a healthy environment in Glendale. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I apologize. I'm having problems. Give me one moment, please.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Great, thank you. So I want to start with what I believe is the fundamental question before you all on the commission tonight. And that's, well, how will Glendale meet the energy needs of the city with reliable and cost-effective power? And, we appreciate how far GWP has come from its initial argument that it needed to repower Grayson with 262 megawatts of fossil fuel. That's really a testament to the leadership of decision makers like you all tonight, who in 2018 asked GWP to pause the project and pursue clean energy options. And in response to that call from leadership, GWP was able to acquire 50 megawatts of clean energy. So GWP has definitely moved in the right direction, but we believe that there are more opportunities for GWP to move beyond fossil fuel. Now, returning to this question, I want to focus my presentation on three parts. So the first will be on Glendale's energy need, the second will be on reliability, and the third will be on cost effectiveness. Next slide, please. Great, so it looks like there's no animation, so you're just going to get all of it at once. I'll start by saying that the starting point to understand Glendale's energy need is to understand, the starting point to understand the energy options available to Glendale are to understand the city's energy need. As you can see on the slide, Glendale's all-time peak load is 346 megawatts, and that was recorded in 2017. So that's the most energy that Glendale has ever needed up to this point. Now, Glendale, it has to have extra energy for those just-in-case situations. As GWP was saying, you need insurance. And that insurance, that extra energy, is Glendale's reserve obligation. So according to GWP, Glendale has a reserve obligation of N-1-1. So that's that second bullet point. And the N-1-1 equates to 148 megawatts of energy. And based on that reserve obligation, GWP finds that there are not enough clean energy options available, and repowering Grayson with fossil fuel is necessary. But we've been raising this argument since 2018, and it was true then, and you know, we firmly believe that it's true now, that Glendale is not subject to an N-1-1 reserve obligation. Instead, Glendale is subject to a reserve obligation of 80 megawatts, and that comes from its energy agreement with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So I've included language from Burbank's integrated resource plan here, because I think that looking at Burbank is really helpful, because Burbank has the same energy agreement as Glendale does with Los Angeles. And if you look at Burbank's integrated resource plan, you will not find the word N-1-1. Instead, you'll find Burbank saying that its reserve obligation, like Glendale's, is 80 megawatts based on its agreement with Los Angeles. So I've included that language here, and it reads, Burbank Water and Power's reserve obligations were determined during and through negotiation of the agreement with Los Angeles as 40 megawatts of spinning capacity and 40 megawatts of supplemental capacity for a total of 80 megawatts of reserve capacity. Now, I understand that Burbank and Glendale are not identical, right? But there are important similarities that I think are really important to point out. The first similarity is that Burbank's all-time peak load is 322 megawatts. So that's really similar to Glendale's peak load of 346. Second, both Glendale and Burbank rely on largely the same transmission lines to import energy into their electrical systems. So when we're talking about transmission constraint, we're talking about the same transmission lines that are serving both cities. And lastly, both Burbank and Glendale have fossil fuel power plants. Burbank has Magnolia Power Plant. But I think it's really important to remember that even though Burbank has Magnolia Power Plant, Burbank shares Magnolia with other cities, including Glendale. So from Magnolia, Burbank is only entitled to 75 megawatts of energy, and Glendale actually gets 48 megawatts of energy from Magnolia. Next slide, please. Great. So just to provide context from another neighboring city, Pasadena does not have an energy agreement with Los Angeles. Instead, Pasadena is part of a statewide energy system. And under that system, Pasadena's reserve obligation is mandated as 15% of its peak load. That's its reserve obligation. And if we apply that obligation to Glendale, Glendale's reserve obligation would be 52 megawatts. So as you can see, that is significantly lower than the 148 megawatts that GWP is planning for. And what GWP is planning for actually represents a reserve obligation of over 43% of Glendale's peak load. So you're comparing 15% to over 43%. And while GWP claims that it's obligated to maintain reserves of N-1-1, GWP acknowledges on page 163 of the final environmental impact report that it will not meet N-1-1, even with the installation of fossil fuel at Grayson. So here's the language from the report. It reads, however, while the Tesla-Wärtsilä repowering project alternative meets the N-1 contingency reserve requirement, until 2027, when the city will acquire an additional 72 megawatts of transmission, the project does not meet the N-1 contingency reserve requirement. So basically what that means is that from 2025, when the fossil fuel units come online, until 2027, when GWP acquires an additional 72 megawatts of transmission, GWP will not have enough energy to meet N-1. But despite this gap in time, GWP makes no mention of any consequence for failing to meet N-1. So based on this inflated reserve obligation, GWP claims that it's necessary to repower Grayson with fossil fuel. But when we review GWP's integrated resource plan, it shows that repowering Grayson with fossil fuel will actually provide GWP with excess energy that GWP considers selling to neighboring regions. Next slide, please. Again, there was animation here because there's more to this slide, but I'll go with what I have. Here's figure 17 from GWP's Integrated Resource Plan, and it shows GWP's consideration of selling excess energy. And I just really want to focus your attention on these lavender bars at the bottom of the graph. So this graph shows how GWP's energy portfolio would perform for a 3-day period in the summer of 2036 during an outage of one of Glendale's major transmission lines. And the lavender bars at the bottom, they represent economic opportunity, which I've circled in gold on the right. And those moments are when GWP can produce and sell excess energy during peak load hours. So these periods of economic opportunity, they coincide with periods when GWP plans to run the fossil fuel units at Grayson. And what these lavender bars show is that even during the summer, when peak energy loads are highest, and even during a transmission outage, the fossil fuel units at Grayson will consistently produce excess energy that GWP can sell to neighboring cities. What's also striking is that these results are based on GWP running the fossil fuel units at Grayson only 14% of the time. So ultimately, this graph shows that repowering Grayson with fossil fuel far exceeds the city's energy need, and it can actually make Glendale an exporter of fossil fuel energy. Next slide, please. So let's say that you decide that, as we've been talking about insurance, that Glendale should have an insurance policy, that it should have reserves of over 43% of its peak load. Even if you accept that as true, GWP acknowledges that it only needs 50 megawatts of additional energy to reach that 43% reserve level. And this is a chart from page 243 of the final environmental impact report that shows how GWP's proposal meets Glendale's energy need. So in this box in particular, GWP is asking whether it can meet N-1-1, that 43% reserve obligation, even if it shuts down units 1 through 8 at Grayson and without installing any new fossil fuel at Grayson. So the final figure here that you see in this yellow box, it shows that even under those circumstances, GWP only needs an additional 50 megawatts of energy to meet N-1-1. So the N-1-1 here is 562 megawatts, and GWP has 512 megawatts without units 1 through 8 and without installing fossil fuel at Grayson. So you're talking about a deficit of 50 megawatts. And there are a variety of clean energy options to provide Glendale with 50 megawatts of energy. So, just recently, GWP acquired 50 megawatts of clean energy when it issued its clean energy request for proposals in 2018. So Glendale is not subject to an N-1 reserve obligation. And what does that mean for you all then as the decision makers? First, it means that approving fossil fuel at Grayson to provide Glendale with over 43% of extra energy is a policy choice. And we understand that this policy choice involves risk. So every city in California is dealing with the same risk as Glendale. As vehicle and building electrification ramps up, as fires threaten electrical infrastructure. But no city is choosing to address that risk by investing in fossil fuel that provides over 43% extra energy. The second point I want to make is that GWP prepared this environmental impact report under the California Environmental Quality Act. And that act requires GWP to present accurate information about the repowering of Grayson. Under the act, GWP's false claim that Glendale is subject to an N-1 reserve obligation is unlawful, and we believe that a court of law would agree with us on that point. Next slide, please. So I want to move on to reliability. So GWP is claiming that clean energy is an unreliable source ultimately, and that fossil fuel is the most reliable source for Glendale. But Glendale's own experience with fossil fuel in the past paints a different picture. So GWP notes in its environmental impact report that storage restrictions at Aliso Canyon in 2018 and 2019 resulted in significant natural gas price increases that actually led to the shutdown of Grayson for 6 months. So with the fluctuating price of gas and the state's commitment to close Aliso Canyon by 2027, it's really unclear how reliable fossil fuel at Grayson will be. And I want to acknowledge the rolling blackouts in Glendale in September 2019. So those blackouts are not a reason to think that GWP does not have enough power or to justify fossil fuel. As Glendale City spokeswoman told the LA Times, those outages were not related to the utility's power supply. They were actually caused by a transformer that was damaged. Next slide, please. So lastly, I want to turn to cost. And repowering Grayson with fossil fuel will cost over $200 million. And this cost is significant for several reasons, but I want to focus on 2 reasons in particular. And the first reason is that, as has been noted, GWP admitted that it will need to invest in new transmission by 2045 to meet California's 100% clean energy requirement. So this is regardless of the Grayson repowering, and it's a cost that Glendale cannot avoid. So if Glendale decides to invest $200 million in fossil fuel now, it will simply have $200 million less to invest in transmission by 2045. The second point I want to make is that California's 100% clean energy requirement means that GWP will not be able to run the fossil fuel units at Grayson past 2045. And as far as green hydrogen goes, the environmental impact report admits that green hydrogen is in its early stages of development and that the fossil fuel units that are being proposed at Grayson cannot run on hydrogen alone. So this means that the fossil fuel units at Grayson will become stranded assets. Ultimately, if Glendale is committed to making an investment of over $200 million on energy, that $200 million should be spent on renewable energy that moves Glendale towards rather than away from its clean energy goals. The next slide, please. So I want to end my presentation by returning to the question that we started with. And that question is, how will Glendale meet the energy needs of the city with reliable and cost-effective power? Repowering Grayson with fossil fuel achieves none of these objectives while contributing to poor air quality in Glendale, adding to the climate crisis, and saddling residents with an unnecessary fossil fuel power plant. Ultimately, your vote to reject fossil fuel at Grayson, it doesn't mean that you are requiring Glendale to go to 100% clean energy today, tomorrow, or even in a few years. Glendale still has a long journey to get to 100% clean energy. But what this vote represents is a critical decision point right now along that journey that will determine whether Glendale moves closer to or further away from its clean energy goals. Next slide, please. So yes, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Byron. Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, well, I guess it was very thorough. Does staff have any questions? Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Vice Chairperson, but no, I do not.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to the Glendale Environmental Coalition. You have 10 minutes.
Hi there, I'm Kate Unger with GEC, and I'll be presenting along with Monica Campagna. And we wanted to start by thanking the Commission for the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns about this project. And our presentation focuses on the need for the project. Topical response number 1 in the final EIR addresses that question, along with the response to Councilmember Brotman from December 15th, 2021, which was included in the EIR. We do have concerns about the environmental analysis as well, but we're focused most of all on whether Glendale really needs this full project or if it instead should go full steam ahead with clean energy. So our presentation is focused on the preferred project alternatives. And to be clear, we are not suggesting that the old units should stay. We do support the BESS and we want to move forward into the clean energy future. And slide, please, and I'll turn it over to Monica.
Thank you, Kate. And thank you, Commission, for having us. Oh, I have that echo happening again. Okay, I'll just forge ahead. Let me start by making clear that our ultimate goal is to.
It's not going to be possible to hear that way. Do you have? Are you running? Is your TV on or something like that for the stream? Yes, no.
Energy that will benefit us for the long term. An efficient use of energy resources without overbuilding large capital projects means lower costs for ratepayers. 93 megawatts of new gas equipment is much more than we need. Slide, please. We'd like to highlight a few basic facts. The proposed ICE or refurbished units 8ABC would not come online until the end of 2025 at the soonest, and possibly not until 2026. So all decisions on this project regarding the gas equipment should be made with this timeline in view. Slide, please. Glendale now has more transmission resources planned to come online than it had when the current plan was proposed in 2019. GWP will get 72 more megawatts of transmission rights beginning in 2027. This was not factored into the 2019 IRP, from which the current proposed project alternatives derive. Now, we should expect that the new transmission would translate to less gas, but the repowering proposal was not reduced. Slide, please. In July 2019, City Council conditionally approved the 2019 IRP and an energy portfolio which included 93 megawatts of gas-burning equipment. Council placed several conditions upon the approval. City Council directed GWP to pursue more clean technologies to reduce the need for gas, and, slide please, they requested options. You can go to the next slide, please. They requested options to potentially reduce or eliminate the need for the 5 units. We highlight this because despite the new transmission opportunity and the new Eland resource that comes with its own transmission in 2024, the requested amount of gas investment has not decreased. Slide, please. GWP's numbers changed in a way that cancels out the new increased transmission. What has changed is the peak load projection for planning purposes. We saw this in the December 15th response to Councilmember Brotman, which uses a new, much higher peak load forecast. There is a rather dramatic increase of 51 megawatts, and all of GWP's peak plus contingency comparisons depend on this number. Slide, please. Here's the IRP showing the capacity that would be needed to procure it in various years to meet full reserves. GWP uses the mean peak projection of 347 megawatts in 2030. Slide, please. Here's the same 347 peak load number used just last year in the Ascend study in 2021. Slide, please. Now GWP is using a different peak forecast number based on P95 standard, which P95 is the 95th percentile, about as conservative as it's possible to be. This number is 51 megawatts higher 3 years earlier than the 347 megawatt in 2030 projection used in the IRP and Ascend studies, which both included EV load growth. Now, we understand that the IRP also gave P95 values, but those values weren't used to calculate the capacity needed to meet peak and reserve requirements. GWP's new higher peak number means a much higher amount of capacity needed. Slide, please. The CEC's new 2022 demand forecasting, which was just released, has a 2027 forecast of 344 megawatts for Glendale. This shows that GWP's new number is extremely conservative. Moreover, there are many potential ways, as another commissioner brought up tonight, to mitigate the growth of peak demand. We shouldn't just focus on procuring supply to meet demand. New technology allows demand to be managed in dynamic and powerful ways, creative ways, gamification, so we can avoid the need to overinvest in generation. If we adopt that approach, we don't need to plan based on this very high peak demand number. Slide, please. If we overestimate the peak demand forecast, then we'll build more capacity than is needed. Added with the N-1 value, this is one conservative assumption layered on top of another. There's so much risk aversion that it creates a new risk of dramatically overbuilding and committing to this huge project with more equipment than needed. This then becomes essentially extremely expensive insurance and could lead to higher costs for ratepayers. We heard the argument that this won't affect rates because there will be reduced costs of taking care of old equipment. Well, that cost is going away no matter what. We can take that savings and apply it to more local solar and storage. Why would that savings only be applied to gas equipment? The cost savings should apply across all new energy investments, and the fact that GWP is applying them all to the new gas project gives a misleading impression. There are also the substantial costs of air pollution, climate impacts, and the fact that any amount spent on gas equipment isn't available for use for clean energy projects. The LA Times recently reported that California will spend $37 billion over the next 6 years to mitigate extreme heat, shrinking water supplies, and more extreme wildfires. These are all costs of putting carbon into the atmosphere. Slide, please. This slide shows how much which peak load calculation GWP chooses to use affects the bottom line. Slide, please. We put together a spreadsheet to show how the resources add up and meet our peak demand and reserve standards. Using the IRP peak forecast without any added gas capacity, we more than meet peak demand and are short only 6.75 megawatts to meet full reserves in 2027. This is without any additional clean energy resources or efforts to reduce demand. Slide, please. Finding 7 megawatts in 2027 is a small hill to climb, and this slide shows us more than getting there. And we understand the need for firm resources, such as local storage. Here we have inserted just two ideas, a 25 megawatt commercial solar and storage program and a 10 megawatts of additional city-sited solar paired with storage, which we did here on Tuesday was actually something GWP is projecting themselves. Slide, please. And of course, don't stop there. There are many clean energy alternatives that can reduce the need for gas even more, including long-duration storage technologies and exciting gamified demand response programs focused on EV charging. We can do this, and we will be poised to manage both the increase in EVs and the slow growth of building electrification. Slide, please. Now let's look at the higher peak forecast GWP is using now. Keeping in mind that building more capacity that's not needed means a larger system that can translate to higher costs for ratepayers. What is the bottom line of what we would need, and what is the best way to fill it? Slide, please. This chart plugs in GWP's new demand forecast number for 2027. Even with the higher peak forecast, we still don't need 93 megawatts of new gas or even close to that amount. The gap to fill shows 57.75 megawatts. This is with 0 new clean energy projects in the next 6 years. Slide, please. Here we fill that need with a 25 megawatt commercial solar and storage program and 10 megawatts of additional PV and storage on city properties. This brings the gap, even using this higher peak load projection, to only 22.75 megawatts. There just isn't a need to put in 93 megawatts of gas equipment. At the GWP Commission meeting, GWP explained away these numbers by saying that the capacity numbers they use to show the need for the project aren't really the amount of capacity that will be provided. For example, the transmission lines won't actually deliver 100 and 168 megawatts, though we've already included the line loss GWP specified. If GWP doesn't stand by its own numbers, how can we ever know what we really need? Slide, please. GWP looks at new ICE units as a bridge, assuming that they will one day be able to run on 100% clean hydrogen. We would like to highlight the fact that there are several risks, including unknown costs, many of them associated with this assumption. We can't treat hydrogen as a reason to feel like we've avoided risk in installing ICE units. Slide, please. And I'll turn it back over to Kate. Thank you.
Thanks, Monica. I just wanted to point out one or two quick things before we wrap up. So the staff report for the Sunrun project, which is coming up shortly to City Council, shows a 1.5% average annual rate increase between now and 2027. and no additional rate impacts from the VPP are expected beyond fiscal year 2027. I also wanted to mention one issue that was raised in the GWP Commission meeting, the reliability of gas equipment if something like an earthquake happens. In that case, of course, gas fuel supplies are as likely to be as disrupted as transmission lines. And local solar is a local energy source without the need for fuel to be brought in. So we believe that Glendale should not make any new investments in fossil fuel equipment, and the numbers bear that out if the peak demand forecast is treated consistently. The wisest and most sustainable outcome for the long term is to not make any investments in fossil fuels. We want to maximize clean energy and minimize gas. Under any circumstances, we should pursue aggressive new local clean energy options, including the Clean Energy Alternatives document we shared, and we suggest hiring a consultant with clean energy expertise for a second opinion on our energy plan, and to put together a smart, forward-looking energy plan for Glendale's future. This graph that we're showing now shows us hitting 419 parts per million of CO2. That's the same CO2 level last seen over 4 million years ago. It's our generation's responsibility to do everything we can now to stop putting CO2 into the atmosphere. We need a transformation. We have to take it seriously. We have to do it now. This decision might be just one small part of the puzzle, but in the end, every piece matters. So let's just buy what we need to buy, no more, so that we can invest the rest in clean energy that will benefit our city in the long term. We'd like to thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kate and Monica.
Thank you.
Glendale Environmental Coalition. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for them? Does staff have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, all right. So moving on, we have the Zero Carbon Glendale presentation by Glenn Webb. Mr. Webb, are you there?
He will join us shortly. Give me one moment, please.
All right.
Mr. Webb, can you hear us? You're on air? Mr. Webb?
Yes, I am here.
Wonderful.
I have a slide presentation on PowerPoint that I would hope you could bring up at the moment.
Yes, I have the
presentation. Okay.
I have the presentation up.
Yes. My name is Glenn Webb. I am the chief scientist of Webster, McKinsey & Lee. We are a consulting firm of over 45 years in dealing with environmental science and engineering. And first thing I want to say is that I am 100% alignment with I am 100% in alignment with Earth Justice and the previous presenters in my view that we have no reason in this city to bring on a new gas-powered power plant, and that we should be focusing more on clean energy. And I have presented over the last 4 years to the City Council plans and presentations, including a complete integrated resources plan to bring us to zero carbon by 2030. And that is my passion, to bring us to a zero carbon energy resource. The chart that shows there on the screen is the largest solar residence in the city of Glendale. That's my home. We have 101 solar panels with a battery backup system that provides us with plenty of energy when the grid goes down. That's been developed over the last 12 years. And I did all of the design and a lot of the physical installation myself, in unfortunately opposition with Glendale, Water and Power in many cases for permitting and so forth. Next chart, please. Can we have the next chart?
It's on next chart.
Oh.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a lag between what you're seeing and.
Okay, my screen has not been updated yet. I have presented to the City Council and to Glendale Water and Power a complete integrated resources plan, which would bring us to a zero carbon system for the City of Glendale by the year 2030. This particular presentation, which I gave to all of the commissions and to the City Council and Glendale and Water Power in November, is my arguments against approval of the partially recirculated draft environmental report and the associated integrated resources plan in November. And I have had some feedback from that. I'm still waiting for my, oh, here we go. Okay. In that plan, I presented 13 arguments why the environmental impact report and the associated IRP should not be approved. And I'm going to highlight just a few of those today. So my argument one is that the GWP plan and the associated EIR are non-compliant with state law. Next chart, please. Oh, we do have quite a delay here. I'm sorry about that, but these documents that I am presenting tonight, as well as the complete set of arguments of 13 arguments, and my complete integrated resources plan for zero carbon are available on our website, which is zerocarbonglendale.com, which I've been working on for the last 4 years as we've been through this very difficult process. And unfortunately, I'm still waiting for the next chart. Boy, do I have to...
Mr. Webb, do you have a hard copy of your PowerPoint in front of you? You can just follow that, and that way you'll stay up to speed with the slides as they move forward in front of the commission.
Well, I do. Okay, so the chart that goes with this is taken from the Integrated Resources Plan and the Environmental Impact Report presented by Glendale Water and Power, and it shows very clearly that going out to 2045, that Glendale Water and Power intends to meet 60 to 68% renewables, and if you add in Palo Verde and Hoover, which are zero carbon assets, you can get up to about 80% zero carbon by 2045, where the state law clearly indicates that we need to be at 100% zero carbon by 2045. So the chart indicates that GWP clearly has no intention of even approaching the requirements of state law SB 100 by 2045 to get us to zero carbon. Can we get the next chart up there? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So this is the chart, and it shows that GWP in their EIR and their integrated resources plan gets to 60% to 68% renewables by 2045. If you add in Palo Verde and Hoover, you get to about 80% zero carbon by 2045, which is clearly way off of the state requirement of 100% zero carbon by 2045. And so, and again, this chart is Glendale Water and Power's chart. And up at the top, figure 1, it says exceeding renewable goals. This is absurd. How does 80% exceed a goal of 100%, a goal that is embodied in state law? Next chart, please. Oh boy, unfortunately we have a
So,
long
sir,
delay
we're on
here.
page 4 of your presentation. So if you just want to read off page 4 from your slide, we can follow along.
Boy, I hadn't anticipated this. I can hold on a moment. I can adjust my screen and probably bring up my other chart. I'm sorry for this. I did not anticipate such a long delay in being able to bring up the charts. We're normally used to. Here we go. Okay. Again, I'm skipping over now through my original presentation, which I have sent to all of the commissioners as well as the Glendale City Council. Argument 4: with the existing IRP of 2019 and the EDIR, we continue to burn fossil fuels with no plan to meet 2045 zero carbon goals and comply with SB 100. Next chart, please. And my point here is that we are burning now about 500 gigawatt hours per year of fossil fuels in Glendale, and that continues through 2045 according to Glendale plan. And this is just not acceptable. It doesn't meet the requirements of SB 100 and does not get us to zero carbon by 2045. Sorry, we're experiencing this delay again. The greenhouse gas emissions, which are shown in Glendale Water and Power's charts in the EIR, in Portfolio E, which is their preferred approach, is 540,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, or the equivalent of 1,000 gigawatt hours of electric energy generation. By 2030, this figure is reduced to 191,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. But from 2030 to 2038, greenhouse gas emissions, according to Glendale Water and Power's charts, rise from 191,000 metric tons to 270,000 metric tons, well in excess of the CABR limits of 200,000 metric tons. But what then? When we get there, how do we go from 270,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year to zero over the next 7 years? What magic will occur? Give me the next chart, please. What magic is going to occur on New Year's Eve of 2045 to bring us in compliance with SB 100? And our bottom line here is it's premature and irresponsible to approve any plan and the associated EIR that does not get us to zero carbon by 2045. How can we do that? I'm sorry, I'm waiting for the next chart to come up.
We are viewing page 6 of your deck, so you can just talk to that.
My screen is still showing page 4, but let's go on as soon as we can skip over those pages. I'm ready to.
What page would you like us to go to, sir?
Page 6.
We're on page 6 now.
Okay, I'm not showing it on my screen, so.
But we can see
there we
it,
go.
sir.
Okay, I'm on page 5. We're talking about battery now. My argument 5: the IRP and the EIR fail to optimize and analyze the appropriate battery system in any of the alternatives considered. And the GWP 300 megawatt hours of battery storage in the proposed system is significantly undersized and will not provide the required reliability or ancillary services required for a modern repowered Grayson. If you could please go to page 7. This is perhaps a little bit difficult to understand, but each increment of battery that you add to the system in Glendale reduces the peak power required to maintain our system on the worst case day. I've presented this chart many, many times to the council and to Glendale Water and Power. And again, unfortunately it's a bit complex, but each increment of battery that you add reduces the peak power requirement. And if you add the optimum amount of battery, which is 900 megawatt hours, to your system, not the 300 megawatt hours of battery that we're currently planning for, you reduce the peak power requirement by 105 megawatt hours. So what we have is a system that has less than an optimum amount of battery. Again, I would be happy to discuss this with anyone, but my analysis has been done many, many times, and it's shown that the optimum amount of battery is 900 megawatt hours, and we are undersized for our battery to produce the maximum required reliability. All right, next shot. Oh my goodness, we still got this delay.
So we're on page 8 of your presentation.
Yeah, I've got 7 up on my screen. I'm just waiting for.
Yeah,
8.
we can see 8, so you can talk to 8.
Okay. How does 8 start out? I'm just behind you by one chart.
Argument 6, statements by GWP that 300 megawatt HR battery size is the largest that can be charged.
Glendale Water and Power has stated on many occasions that they do not have sufficient energy and transmission to charge a battery larger than 300 megawatt hours. And I have analyzed this and modeled it, and this is simply not true. My modeling and analysis shows that we have, even with their configuration 7, we have plenty of energy available on our worst case day to keep a 900 megawatt hour battery charged to provide us with the reliability and to eliminate any possibility of a blackout on our worst case day. And not only on our worst case day, but on several worst case days in a row. And I just simply do not agree with them that we do not have sufficient energy available to charge a 900 megawatt hour battery. It just does not work out mathematically. So I'm just simply in agreement with them. I have modeled this. I have the software and the models available. I'd be happy to share this with them, share this with anyone interested. It's a complex technical issue, but it is basic science and physics. Let's go to the next chart.
So we're on page 9 of your presentation, sir. And
Okay,
just to remind
my
you,
screen is still on 7. Unfortunately, I'm having to talk ahead of my charts, but we'll do the best we can here.
So yes, sir, just we're on page 9 of your presentation, and you just have a couple of minutes left, sir.
Okay. Hopefully I can get a bit of credit for these unfortunate technical delays, which I never had when I was speaking before the council. I would skip ahead if I could.
What slide would you like to go to, sir?
Well, let's go to slide 10.
We're on slide 10, sir, and again, you have about 2 minutes left, sir.
All right. I'm still on 7. Oh shoot. Okay.
But we can see 10.
Slide
It's
10.
okay.
Slide 10 is one of the models that I have run to show that there is enough energy and transmission available to keep us from having a blackout on our worst case day. Let's go to the next slide. I have done an awful lot of this kind of modeling over the last 4 years, and I would be happy to sit down with any of GWPs or the commission scientists and show them this. But let's go on. Let's go on, because I want to get to the last 2 or 3 charts.
Of which slide would you like me to put on?
I don't have them numbered here on my screen because I didn't print out a hard copy. But what chart do you have up right now?
13, page 13, reliability of the zero carbon Glendale 2030 system.
Okay, that's 13. Go to 15, please.
We're on 15, a final word.
Okay, no, go back to 14. I want to do 14 and 15, and then I will be done.
14, argument 13.
Okay. This relates to the city council and our meeting. In the last election, the city council, 7 candidates were up with the Glendale Women's Civic League, and they were asked the question, would you support a zero carbon plan for Glendale by 2030? And all 7 of the candidates, including Mr. Brotman, Mr. Kasikian, and Paula Devine, said yes, they would. They promised to the voters of Glendale that they would support a zero carbon plan 2030. So we, the voters of Glendale, are expecting this from our city council. And now you can go to the very last chart, which is a final word by a gentleman named George Hansen, who is the grandfather of climate change. And I'll put the chart up there. It hasn't come to my screen yet, but I can't quote him exactly, which I would like to.
We see it, sir.
Yes. Hopefully it will come up to me a moment. I'm still on another one on my screen. Boy.
Would you like me to read it for you?
Yeah, we need to get our tech update a little bit. The last chart of my presentation is a quote by George Hansen. There we go. Okay. And this is a gentleman, I don't know whether any of you are familiar with him, but he is the true grandfather of climate change. And he believes that carbon dioxide is not just approaching a dangerous situation, but it's already here, and that if we don't do something about it immediately, that we will have a change to the planet that none of us will be able to deal with. And he said the problem has become an emergency, and this is what I think everyone that has spoken to you this evening believes in, that we need to take action. Every one of us, every city council, every commission, every person on the planet needs to do something, or this planet will not survive. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Yes, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Glenn Webb?
Vice Chairperson, this is Mark Young. I would like to have some comments after your fellow commissioners make their comments.
Yes. Do we have calls from the public, individual people?
Vice Chairperson Werner, we have 15 calls from the public. So I don't know how much time you want to give them, but maybe 3 minutes each since we have 15 calls. And
Yes.
then we try and get them to stick to that time limit.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Let's go ahead and go to them. They've been waiting long enough.
Vlad, are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Sevan, you're on air. Sevan, you're on air. Can you hear us? Sevan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Sevan Kalpakian. I'm a 20-year resident of Glendale. I want reliable power for Glendale. I support the 4 gas and 1 battery Greystone project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Stephanie, you're on air. Can you hear us? Stephanie?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I don't need that much time. First of all, commissioners, I want to thank all of you for your volunteered time and efforts on this Sustainability Commission. Much appreciated. Spending a minimum of $200 million on anything except moving Glendale to 100% clean energy by 2045 or better, 2035, doesn't make any sense to me. The whole state and, in fact, the whole country and much of the world is working to reduce its reliance on fossil fuels. Why should Glendale continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on new fossil fuel equipment when it can achieve reliability without it? As a start, GWP needs to reconsider its reserve projections. I'm an environmental conscious taxpayer and customer of GWP. I really hate to see money wasted on equipment that may be obsolete before the money is recouped, money from our pockets, I should add. Given how quickly new developments are moving in the energy field and how costs are declining, please recommend to the City Council to vote to reject the FEIR and do more to create a viable 100% clean energy plan for Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Vana, can you hear us? Vana?
Yes. Hello, my name is
You're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am a 14-year resident of Glendale, and I do remote learning, and I want an electric car. I want reliable power for Glendale. I support the 4 gas generator and the 1 battery Greystone project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Martin Marufo, you're on air. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Everybody, apathy is a horrible thing. Under Proposal 7, you'll be depending on external generation for the foreseeable future. The great bulk of your renewables will be transmitted from out of state on a system that feeds the Los Angeles Basin, and it has its own reliability issues with only 2 main paths for transmission. If you do not build your own internal generation system adequately, You will not be able to generate your own electricity in your greatest time of need. There is not adequate space for a footprint to support your own renewables and effective long-term energy storage unless they are hydrogen and natural gas technology. This is currently being developed. It's developing as we speak. If you do not act quickly and decisively, you will lose your ability to generate what you have on your current generation nameplate. Without your own secure and reliable infrastructure, you will suffer at the hands of external generation and transmission to support your base load. That means that the prices your ratepayers will pay at peak times will be peak prices. We've already seen what is happening with our environment and the effects of real global warming. I understand that. But when we need external generation, all other cities will also need external generation. You need reliable, safe renewables, and they'll come at a substantial price. The ratepayers are going to bear the price. Although when they are in use and providing balancing of load, batteries are absolutely the best storage that can be used. But they are not viable for long-term supply of power. They are environmentally devastating while they're being manufactured, and they're potentially catastrophic when they're not maintained properly. Check YouTube. Check the videos for lithium-ion battery fires. The main recommendation in the event of a fire is to evacuate for commercial batteries. These batteries are an environmental nightmare. When they're no longer useful, you have a 10-year lifespan for these, and you're going to have to buy new batteries at the end of those 10 years. I believe you get a higher reduction on emissions with conversion of internal combustion vehicles to electric, but you need to maintain your generation at GWP. This energy is more regulated, runs cleaner, and is contained within a single entity. Along with that, you get to maintain your own power system. Think of the conversion of all these cars burning gasoline and diesel to electricity, and then consider the draw on your electrical system. You need the energy. Hydrogen generation is the best alternative that we have at this time. The development of new technologies is one of our greatest hopes, but the infrastructure and the footprint for self-sufficiency is not there for the city of Glendale without new technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Daniel, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yes. I am a mother of a young child, and to me, the greatest cost that I'm concerned about is the cost to her future and that the impact of climate change. And we need to reject the plan for so much fossil fuel equipment and advise the city council to seek a new project mix with clean energy that will meet the state requirement for 100% clean energy in 2045. It'll be better for local air quality and better financially in the long run. With gas prices going up, renewables will actually be better financially in the long run and better for our future as people who want to continue to live on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Angelo, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
My name is Angelo. I'm a 16-year resident of Glendale. I do remote learning. I want an electric car. I want reliable power for Glendale. I support the Grayson project, which is gas plus 4 batteries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Diana, you're on air. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Diana, can you hear us? You're on air. Okay, let's go to next caller. Jackie, can you hear us? You're on air.
Hi,
Jackie,
I'm Jackie
you
Eco.
have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm originally from New Jersey, but I've been living in Glendale for almost 10 years now. Excuse me. My natural accent comes out a bit more when I'm impassioned about important issues. As many of you know, air pollution levels have been terrible these past several months. Despite no major fires nor heat waves, That means for most of us who have asthma, like me, or have children with asthma, we must keep our windows closed. And we cannot go hiking nor play sports, sometimes for weeks or even months on end. This is disgusting. Here in the LA Basin, we are surrounded by beautiful mountains that unfortunately trap us in with high levels of our carcinogenic emissions. That means we need to be urgently figuring out ways to get solar panels on every roof possible, along with other green energy solutions, not going backwards to more fossil fuel, toxic, cancer, and inflammation-causing pollution. Indeed, we even have the worst air pollution in America. That's really bad. A recent article in the LA Times entitled, "That Brown Hazy Air is Bad for Your Kids," says the current high particulate matter in our air even weakens our ability to fight infection. Talk about bad timing with COVID-19 circulating. Glendale's existing heavy pollution triggers strokes, asthma attacks, heart attacks, and is an overall cause of premature death. So how could we even consider adding more pollution? We can't. We can't afford more pollution. And no, our children's health can't afford it either. We should be designing a system that relies on clean energy resources and peak load reduction strategies. And I'm not even getting into how we are in earthquake country. So adding more gas, for example, adding gas lines on top of fault lines, doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you. Karen, you're live. You have 3 minutes. Karen, can you hear us?
Yes, hi. My name is
Go ahead,
Karen.
please.
Thank you. I am a mechanical engineer and energy analyst for energy systems. One thing I want to highlight, because I have a feeling I know where this is going to go. You have to approve one of the plans. So I want to encourage approving alternative 8 instead of alternative 7. Just to emphasize what the previous caller said, particulate matter emissions are quite high, and there's one line item that shows that PM 2.5 and PM 10 is 6 times higher with alternative 7. So if you care about air quality within Glendale, you have 6 times more particulate emissions, but only 20% more emissions from greenhouse gases. So I want to encourage taking a closer look at alternative 8. You save $60 million, and that $60 million can go in investments for clean energy, for rooftop solar, for distributed energy, microgrids, and other things that can make Glendale's energy supply more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Ms. Francesca, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Francesca Smith. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to comment. I'm a qualified architectural historian and until recently was a member of the Glendale Design Review Board. My comments are related to historical resources. I believe you may have other callers regarding this issue. The CEQA and historical resources issue in my little talk will quickly circle to the Sustainability Commission's focus. I listened to this presentation tonight, and I wanted to say that the issues with Glendale Historical Society did not transpire as described. The city treating the property as a historical resource is not an act of good faith. It's because it's been proven to be one using facts. Glendale Historical Society asked to be consulted on this project starting in December 2015, but was not included until this year. In the FEIR, we had provided a mitigation measure to survey city-owned properties that had a clear nexus to the project. If it had been adopted or if it had been implemented before, the disagreement with the lead agency regarding the historic property's status would not have occurred. The city would have known long ago, or from the project inception, that it was a historic property. The FEIR describes the recommended mitigation measure as punitive, which is speculative, and there are no facts or sources to support that assertion. The FEIR asserts untruthfully as well that TGHS was consulted regarding alternatives. TGHS, during my long-standing participation in this process, was not consulted regarding alternatives that would have retained the boiler building, period. The reasonable range of alternatives described by the lead agency's consultant was also defined narrowly and exceptionally favorably to the city by the consultant. Historical resources may not be the Sustainability Commission's first priority, but other closely related issues are, like the concept of embodied energy. Excuse me. It's an equation that considers the energy expended to create a building, meaning all the building materials, their transport, the erection of the building, and so forth, versus the same factors used to demolish, in this case, an earthquake-proof historic building, which has stood all this time, just so that a
Apologies, Ms. Francesca, your time is up.
I'm sorry, could I have one more minute, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. To replace that building with a smaller building in a slightly different location, that cost would be astronomical. The foundation alone is 20 feet deep. Councilman Kasakian described another issue last week as a gun to the head moment, where the city of Glendale waits to the last minute and then pushes acceptance of things. As the city often does, you're being asked to make a recommendation to city council with only 2 weeks study time for a complex and far-reaching issue that encompasses sustainability issues that are enormous. I ask that you all recommend to council that this FEIR not be adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night. Nathaniel, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi there. My name is Nathaniel Yount. I am an engineer and a concerned environmental advocate. And I want to say that in a time of climate crisis and, frankly, dwindling public faith in governmental institutions, it's heartening to see the Sustainability Commission taking a genuine interest in the needs of the people. But I do urge the members of this commission to set an example as leaders who care about the well-being not just of their own community, but also of the planet as a whole. Growth of fossil fuels in any way is unacceptable at this point. To keep Glendale the clean, beautiful, and safe place it is, I strongly ask that you please discontinue any efforts to expand the Grayson Power Plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night. And you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please. Andrew, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman and Commission members. My name is Andrew Ellis, and I'm a 30-year resident of Glendale. The Grayson repowering proposal would commit our city to a huge investment in fossil fuels for a small percentage of our overall use. The City Council and your recommendation to the City Council reject the Grayson repowering project in its current form. And we'd like you to let the City Council know that we need to further reduce our need for gas generation by prioritizing local distributed solar and storage, energy efficiency, and other ways to reduce our energy demand. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
caller.
Have a great night. Jock Walworth, you're on air. 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Jock, can you hear us, Jock?
Oops, forgot to take you off mute.
Wonderful.
Thanks very much, Commissioners, for taking my call this evening. My name is Jack Walworth, and I've lived in Glen Oaks Canyon for the last 26 years. I agree with many of the comments that have been made. We have to look deeper into clean energy, such as rooftop solar. And what about a solar farm on the soon-to-be decommissioned Shoal landfill? But I have one brief additional comment that no one's really touched on. The proposed Shoal Canyon biogas plant and the Grayson repowering proposal must be considered together. As I understand, CEQA requires that environmental review documents analyze, quote, the whole of an action, unquote, and not evade comprehensive CEQA analysis by splitting projects into separate pieces for purposes of environmental review. Both these projects are about producing local power. We can't consider one project costing $40 million without considering the other project costing at least $200 million. They don't add up. Please listen to Earth Justice and Glendale Environmental Coalition's research. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Patty Sylvester, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Patty Silversher, a Glendale resident living here in Adams Hill since 1985. First, I'd really like to thank you all for putting your efforts and energy into the Sustainability Commission. I'm sorry that this project brought up 2 years ago has not moved forward, a true waste of valuable time and effort. We can't continue increasing the risk of disease and pollution. As we spend now, you're saying, GWP is saying $500 million. What was decided in 2019 is not enough. We need action that will immediately find us with considerably less than 93 megawatts of gas power, or zero, and a zero-carbon power grid by 2030, as Council originally committed to in 2019. Building a huge amount of fossil fuel infrastructure is a mistake. The faster we commit to investing in local clean energy, the less we'll need polluting fossil fuels. I urge you all to please ask City Council not to approve Alternative 7A and recommend that an independent third-party clean energy expert take a look at Glendale and find every place and every program we can use to install local clean energy, solar, battery storage, and demand management software and solutions. We need to move quickly to create a sustainable future energy system. I thank you all so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
Bert Culver, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, committee members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bert Culver. I live and vote in Glendale. I have an electric car, and I want reliable, clean energy. I call on you to reject this IRP. We should be spending money on meeting our 2045 requirement of 100% clean energy instead of spending money on projects that are already known to need to be replaced. The IRP was based on an N-1-1 requirement. As the Earth Justice Attorney pointed out, that invalidates the FEIR. So instead of approving this and having it tied up in court for years, we should reject it outright. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Next
You
caller.
have a great night. And last caller, Morgan Goodwin, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for your service. My name is Morgan Goodwin. I am a Glendale resident, and I'm also the Sierra Club Angeles chapter director. And I'm speaking tonight because we live in extraordinary times. As you all know, the climate is spinning out of control, and our futures are going to get more exciting and more difficult. Local politics is where I've chosen to invest my time, as have you, to make the world a better place, because it's where I believe that we can make the most difference. We have the ability to confront these decisions, which admittedly are not easy, but they are ours to make, and we have the power to recommend a path forward toward a responsible climate or one towards continued escalation of this crisis. You've heard from speakers far more intelligent than me why we don't need the project. And you will likely, after I'm done, hear the strong recommendations from staff that this is the best way under their expertise. We'll also hear commissioners talk about how 100% renewable energy is a priority and that we all stand for 100% clean energy, but. And there's often a but. And so I want to preempt that but a little bit and say that this project is not the thing that is getting us so close to 100% clean, but just a little bit of gas. The fact is that Glendale still has a huge amount of fossil fuels in its portfolio. And what we have the opportunity to do here is push back against the established opinion that somehow fossil fuels are a necessary only way and make a very clear decision, as we did 3 years ago, to continue to say that if we believe in 100% clean energy, then we have to act and carry ourselves towards 100% clean energy. When you're in a hole, stop digging. So I urge you to not recommend construction of the gas plants as part of this project and support the other elements of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you. Have a great night. We have one more caller. Edwin, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Good evening. I was calling about the power plant project that you guys are talking about. Speaking about that, I understand that we are moving into the electric car feature. The future would be electric cars. Now, one thing I would like to ask about when it comes to electricity, because we're in the process of phasing out gasoline vehicles, moving on to electric vehicles. The question that I would like to ask this committee is, how much power are we generating from the power plant? How much power is the city and utility customers using total, the entire city using total? The third question should be, will there be enough electricity to provide electricity to charge all the electric cars? This is a very important question that should be taken into consideration to determine if we are going to have enough electricity to charge thousands of electric cars in the city of Glendale. One thing I'd like to ask is, are we going to have blackouts if there aren't enough electricity? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a great night. Madam Vice Chair, this was the last caller.
Thank you. So would any of the commissioners like to, Mark wanted to say something else, right?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairperson Warner. With regard to the callers, Francesca Smith's concern on the historical resources were addressed in Topical 3 of the 2022 final EIR. And unfortunately, I didn't get the other gentleman's name, Jack from Glen Oaks Canyon, with regard to combining the two EIRs, one of the Shoal and one of the Grayson. That was addressed in Topical 9 of the original 2018 final EIR. So I'd like to direct them to that. So they were addressed. And Edwin, I'm not sure the answer to your question, but I know that load will go up. With regard to Mr. Webb's presentation, I don't have that presentation handy, but there was a couple of issues that I'd like to address. First one was he indicated that GWP was not accurate with regard to the integrated resource plan being 60% clean and therefore meeting the standard. In 2018, or the 2018 integrated resource plan, SB 350 was the law. So we were meeting the SB 50 goal. SB 100 had not been in place with regard to the EIR at that particular time. In regard to the size of the battery, we had consulted with a vendor well, actually 2 vendors to verify the largest size battery that we could put into Glendale based on current load projections and existing transmission. And they both agreed that 75 megawatts was safely the largest battery that you could put in while still being able to charge it during the critical summer months. One of the questions that I had with Mr. Webb's presentation was that on slide 12, he indicated that he was agreeing that we should include 93 megawatts of ICE, 85 megawatts of transmission, and 925 megawatt hours of battery. So I'm a little confused as to his position of no thermal generation when his presentation had indicated that he did want to add the 93 megawatts of ICE and the 85 megawatts of transmission. If I can go to the Earth Justice presentation, we can talk about the N-1-1 for a second. The N-1-1, and I'd like to talk about that position without the technical term of N-1-1, and I would like to just to talk about reality. In reality, that every second of the day, you have to have the same amount of generation that you have load. So if somebody turns off a load, a generator will reduce its generation output. And if somebody turns on a load, the generator will come up. And that's why we're in the bulk electric system. So all the generators on the bulk electric system move up and down. That's called regulation. So in order for us to be part of the bulk electric system, you have to be able to match your load at all times. And if you can't do that, you will be penalized and you could be taken off the bulk electric system. So with that in mind, if there's an emergency and that emergency actually takes say the Pacific DC, which is the largest transmission line that we have to bring energy in, we would lose 100 megawatts of energy that's flowing on that line. Given if we had energy flowing on that line, we would lose that capability. So we would have to have a resource to be able to bring that energy up. So yes, it's true. We purchase energy. We purchase reserves from Los Angeles. We purchase 40 megawatts of spinning reserve and 40 megawatts of non-spinning reserve. And I was part of the group that actually wrote this BAZA. The problem with that is if the extended outage lasts 61 minutes, you no longer have that energy and you would have to either shed load or you would have to start a generator. That's where the second part of that one comes in, because there are times, which are many times, that DC line trips or it gets turned off because of wildfire mitigation. When the wind starts to blow, they shut that line down. So when they shut that line down, you have to either pick up generation or you have to shed load. And when I mean shed load, I meant manually turning customers' electricity off with no warning. And that's one of the things that we have to do. So in order for us to prevent that, we have reserves. And those reserves allow us the capability to minimize those opportunities. So we do, and everybody in the system maintains that N-1-1. The problem with being in Los Angeles' balancing authority, and the balancing authority is Glendale and Burbank are inside the domain of Los Angeles, as opposed to other cities are in what they call the California Independent System Operator. And that includes PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Edison. When Los Angeles, whose single largest contingency is the Pacific DC, Burbank's single largest contingency is the DC, Glendale's is also the DC. When the DC goes, all three of us are scrambling for energy in order for us not to turn customers off. So we need to be responsible and be able to make sure that we can resupply the load so that we don't turn people off. When we talk about the mean or the expected energy of 346 in the year 2017, we anticipate a P95. Now, yes, that is conservative, but if we're going to plan for a facility in order for us to be able to meet that load, do you want me to plan on a 50-50 chance of turning people off? I don't think so. I think you want to make sure that you plan on a conservative side. And when you do that, people will see that you're doing the best that you can, and they would help you if possible. A couple of years ago, there was a fire called the Saddle Ridge Fire. Saddle Ridge Fire was a huge fire that actually took out not only the Pacific DC, but it took out 3 lines of the AC and the Barron Ridge line. Los Angeles decided that they were going to increase the amount of energy that they were going to account for. So instead of the mean, they were going to P95, and they recommended everybody in the BA to be able to go to P95. So while this is a conservative estimate, this is prudent. We've been trying to repower since 1994, and in this last time, it's been 7 years. So if we decided that we were going to not reproduce or not repower, and we had outages, it would take a decade for us to be able to get out of that issue, and we would be going into rolling blackouts on a consistent basis. With regard to the figure that Byron showed us with regard to economic dispatch and selling off energy, that the premise of Glendale wanting thermal generation so that we can pollute the environment and we can sell generation and we can make money. Well, that's false. I mean, the chart that he showed came from a battery dispatch section called 5.7.1 battery dispatch. And the premise was, what happens to your system when the Pacific DC goes down? And when the Pacific DC goes down and we have energy on the northern part of that DC system, we're forced to sell that energy. You can't just leave it out on the grid. You have to sell that energy. So this was an example of selling energy that was stranded based on transmission outages. We also have a mandate by the city council on July 23rd, 2019. The motion restricts us from economically selling and turning these units on. If we were to actually sell these units, we would violate that. And the fact that we're only going to permit these units for 14% capacity factor. What is capacity factor? Capacity factor is turning the unit on and running it at full for 365 days, 24 hours a day. That's 100% capacity factor. A 14% capacity factor is extremely low. Now, you can make an argument that it's so low we shouldn't have it, but you can't say that we're actually going to utilize that energy to sell dirty energy into the market so that we can make money and pollute the environment. So we can talk about polluting the environment. Everybody here believes that there's a CO2 issue and a climate crisis. We're all working diligently to try to reduce the amount of carbon that's coming from electric production. 11% of the carbon and the carbon issue in California is utilities. 43% comes from comes from vehicles. So if we were able to take vehicles off the road and put them to the utility, and you would be able to do that in half, you'd be able to cut your pollution in California by 22%. If you cut the utilities in half, it would be only 6%. We want to be part of the solution. We're not the problem. We don't believe we are the problem. We are trying to do what's right for the environment. When people talk about increasing the capacity of Grayson or expanding Grayson, the existing Grayson that we're going to take off is 234 megawatts, and we're bringing it down to 93 megawatts with a capacity factor of 14. That's insulting when people say that it's an expansion. It's a reduction. We're utilizing one of the biggest batteries, and definitely one of the biggest batteries per resident in the country. We should be applauded for what we're doing, not criticized for what we're doing. And I think I probably overstepped by about 2 minutes, so sorry. Oh, one other thing, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The comment to Jack, and again, I'm sorry, I don't know from Glen Oaks, the topical response was topical response 11 in the 2018 FEIR, not 9. My apologies. And I'm available. My team is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Do any of the city any of the commissioners have any questions for? Oh, hello. Yes, Commissioner Kartunian.
Yes, question for Mr. Young. Claim was made on the N-1-1 that, in Burbank's case, LADWP satisfies the N-1-1 scenario. Although in the EIR, I saw a letter from LADWP stating very clearly that they don't assume that responsibility themselves. Can you address that? Why the discrepancy?
Sure. And I have Burbank's integrated resource plan. What was failed to indicate was the next sentence. It said, in this connection, it is important to note that LADWP does not guarantee that the full 80 megawatts of these reserves will be available for purchase every year. So this is something that we can't count on. Now, for me, when we wrote this, I attempted to get 100 megawatts, 50 megawatts of spin and 50 megawatts of non-spin so that I can fully utilize the transmission line. And when you have 80 megawatts of reserves, you only can use 80 megawatts of that transmission. So that transmission, the additional transmission would be unused, or you have to resupply spinning reserve and non-spinning reserves in order for you to be able to do that. And how I know that's true is we are required to have a spreadsheet every hour. It's going to change. We would have to change that spreadsheet every hour. Every 6 seconds, it gets pinged out on a website. It automatically gets updated into Los Angeles along with Burbank's. That gets digested and sent to the reliability coordinator. If we didn't have any responsibility with reserves and we didn't have to do the EIR, why are they pinging us every 6 seconds, adjusting that EIDE report and sending it to the reliability coordinator? Burbank has a different system than we do. Their system, they have 251 megawatts of transmission on the AC. We have 100 megawatts of transmission on the AC. And in post 2027, yes, we'll have more, but right now we only have 100. They have 251 megawatts on the AC unit. They also have this thing called Magnolia, which is a 280 megawatt thermal generator that's just sitting there generating every hour of every day, sitting out there. In the event that they have an emergency, they could abscond with anybody else's transmission or output of that unit, and they can keep their system afloat, because if their system collapsed, nobody can get the energy. So their system is very different than ours. And when you talk about Pasadena is in the CAISO. So CAISO has a different setup. They have what they call reserve adequacy. There's 3 types of reserve adequacy. One is system reserve adequacy. Now, the definition of system reserve adequacy, according to the CPUC, resource adequacy, it is the adjusted forecast plus 15% reserve margin. So whatever you think your load is, you have to add 15% to that. Then you add local RA. And local RA is the load expected in a 1 in 10 weather event. That is the definition of P95 or P90. And then you have to add the N-1-1, and it's written right here, N-1-1. So all CAISO participants are responsible for that. And then add to that the flexible RA, which is any deviation over a 3-hour period, they have to account for reg up and reg down. So our neighbors do that. Just because they don't do that in their IRP, they haven't been scrutinized like Glendale has over the last 7 or 10 years. So they didn't have to be as detailed as we had to be when we wrote our IRP. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. You did. I appreciate it. One more thing, if I may. One of the callers mentioned the emission levels of alternative 7 versus 8. And if I'm not mistaken, the caller said alternative 8 had less NOx and better, basically, air quality. It's my understanding topical response number 4, air quality, has it reversed. Did we get it wrong, or did the callers have it?
Actually, as I recall it, the caller was referencing PM emissions. Yes, based upon the data that we presented to you, option number 8 would have about 38 pounds per day less in PM than option 7 would. However, there are several things to consider there. There's more than just one pollutant that really has to be scrutinized here. Another key pollutant, as you brought up, is NOx. Option 7 has lower NOx than option 8. There are some other things here to consider, and the first of which is a little bit of apples and oranges going on here. In option number 7 that had the higher particulate emission levels, we did those based upon manufacturer guarantees. Option 8 was based upon what we know in history from the Unit 8 turbines. I bring that up because I work with a lot of vendors, and what we find is that vendors are very, very conservative in their PM guarantees. And it's because they are dealing across the country, and they do not have control over differences in fuel qualities across the country. I also bring it up because my company is an emissions testing company. And in California, we have been put in the position of actually having to refine test methods, test hygiene, if you will, to be able to measure these extremely low concentrations. My feeling is we will always have emission levels that are lower than guarantees. My experience with various vendors, with EPA and with reference values, is that with a good test program, our numbers are actually much lower. The other thing to keep in mind as we're talking about these daily emissions is this. All of the emissions that we have presented to you are below significance levels as we relate to the thresholds established by the local agencies and by the state. They're also very low. We're talking about a delta of less than 40 pounds per day between these two these two alternatives for particulate matter. 40 pounds per day. The 2018 planning inventory for the South Coast AQMD accounts for 180 tons per day of particulate emissions. So what I'm pointing out here is that these differences are not really significant relative to the overall mix of emissions that we're dealing with, and both are less than significant based upon CEQA guidance and CEQA thresholds.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments? I'd like to hear from some of our student ex officio members. They've been quiet today. They're the ones that are going to be living with the decisions longer than the rest of us.
Right, I have a comment actually. Firstly, I would like to thank all of our speakers today. I know we had quite a few, all of our callers and our public comments that we received. We appreciate them, and we read every single one of the comments that were sent to us. So thank you. Firstly, I would like to echo all the thoughts that were, sent, given this today that we heard today, which, if the city would like to continue to, be on track towards their clean energy goals, I think it's obvious that we have to, I would encourage, of course, the commission to reject this proposal for the repowering project, or even choose one of the alternatives that were proposed, so that we're in line with all of our residents who are concerned with the status of our clean energy distribution that we have now, and keep in mind that this is going to affect our communities in the long run, and even our younger generations as well. even though, you know, it seems like it's a feasible decision to make if it's, you know, to repower a fossil fuel powered, you know, power plant essentially. So, you know, I would encourage you guys to think about this, you know, thoroughly. I know we've been talking about it for the past few meetings. And it's just a decision that is going to be have effects on our future generations as well. So if we're going to expand on our clean energy distribution and access to our community, we should start here at this point, you know. So those are my comments as of right now.
Thank you, Andrea. Henry, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I think it's important that we're cognizant of what this project really is. We can't just neglect the energy needs of our city, but at the same time, we are the Sustainability Commission, so I think it's really important that we put the priorities of maintaining and promising a future where we adhere to clean energy principles. And I think the best way to do that, and to also acknowledge that we have energy needs that aren't going to go away or actually only going to increase as we go on, is alternative 7. So that's what I would like to recommend to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Any of the other commissioners like to speak or ask questions? Oh, yes, Commissioner Kanjian.
Well, I just want to say that this is a really difficult decision to make. It's one that makes me feel torn. Reading each and every comment, each and every email, hearing each and every caller, the presentations, it's, you know, nobody wants to invest in fossil fuels. Nobody wants to go that route. But then again, the needs of the city, the research, the presentation that GWP gave us, I mean, it was very thorough, very impressive, and I'm afraid quite convincing as well. So I mean, I just want everybody to know that this is not a decision that any of us can make easily or lightly.
Great, thank you, Elaine. I'll jump in there at this point. I remember that when we had the first meeting with commission with GWP back in August, that General Manager Mark Young had mentioned to the commission that, to quote, the first job I have is to meet load in the most reliable, economic, and environmentally conscious way. And I thought that seems very reasonable. And I also recall that Chairperson Bartusoff had mentioned that the burden should be on GWP to convince the public that they've done everything that they can to be greener. So the proposed plans and most of the alternates appear to focus a lot on reliability, and I think that's the one thing everyone can agree on is we all want to keep the lights on, you know. But I feel like it pays lip service to the environmentally consciousness. There's just a lot of things that just don't look like they've been vetted as much as they could be, or thinking out of the box as much as they can, and just a real lack of progress on things like the solar program that they've been talking about for years. And then the third part, the second part, that is the economic component. They seem to balk at questions about the economics of it. Life cycle costs are a basic tool of sustainability evaluations and is well within our purview to look at. And any environmentally sensitive facility design would be all over the life cycle costs, you know, where they look at what the initial cost of something is and how that cost is recouped over time due to the increased efficiencies by investing in something that might be a little more expensive at first, but you make the money back in the long run. That's a very important, that's how organizations like LEED are able to convince developers to build green buildings, or owners to build green buildings. So also the Sustainability Commission was formed to advise council in the area of low emissions, nature-based development, circular development, resilient development, and equitable and people-centered development. And I feel like this FEIR falls short of that. It seems to be a mystery where this $500 million is going to come from. And I can't help but think that taxpayers or ratepayers, they're one and the same, that they're going to have to ask for a bond for this, and bonds are not free money. And that cost, there's been no transparency on what the cost to ratepayers would actually be, though their slide presentation suggested that they could get to 89% zero net energy by increasing rates from, what was it, 25 to 30%. So they use some economics when they wanted to discourage green development, but then they don't know what the numbers are for the actual proposed project, which is a little bit puzzling to me and has me concerned. The piece of our responsibility where they talk about equitable and people-centered development, that also means that the people who would bear disproportionate harm by increased utility rates are, something that we have to think about. And so if this very, very expensive plant, which, okay, so $500 million spread out over 20 years, that's like, over $25 million a year. Where's that coming from? And how does the $20 million a year transfer relate to that? Can that offset it to some extent or not? And that nobody could even answer a $20 million question like that, literally a $20 million question. I'm still a little astounded by that. I just, for someone who's been working for the utility for 20 years, seemed like he never heard of the rate transfer before. I'm just a little bit puzzled by that. So those are my thoughts. And I'm inclined to reject the EIR or to make the recommendation to City Council to reject it. I know we're in the 11th hour, and like Mr. Kazaki, council members Kazakian said, we sort of have a gun to our heads, but at the very least, any sort of recommendation could include showing more transparency about what would happen to ratepayers. They like to say, oh, it's not going to cost ratepayers anything. Well, what they mean is it costs taxpayers, not ratepayers. Like, it doesn't go on your bill, but it does go on your property tax bill. So to me, I don't see the difference. So it's costing the businesses and people here in Glendale money. This $500 million is coming from somewhere. And so we need a lot more transparency on that so that City Council and the public can make an informed choice. I know environmental impact reports are not required to put financial data together or to even consider that at all, but this commission is under no such constraint. And I think it bears serious thought. So does anyone else have anything else you'd like to add?
I would like to echo many of the comments you just made. I just cannot buy into this document. There are a couple reasons for that. The fact that certain assumptions were changed, but the document wasn't changed. For example, the 72 megawatts of new transmission capacity that will come online in 2027, that should have triggered a reduction in the proposal for how much gas is needed, but it did not, which just makes me question all the assumptions. And also, the forecasted peak demand increased, and it's inconsistent with, it seemed to be inconsistent with the CEC's forecasting. And when you add in the 50 megawatts from energy efficiency and demand response, it seems like there's just a shortfall of like 6 megawatts. But the fact that, if we're getting 72 more megawatts of transmission rights, that should have reduced the need for new gas capacity. And the fact that GWP did not change that megawatt number for gas just makes me question the entire document. So I cannot vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yes, Commissioner Kartunian.
A couple of things. There was a claim made by one of the callers that Glendale Water and Power is making a very conservative calculation for the future peak demand, and it's overly, exaggerated. I would hope that the planners at Glendale Water and Power are making a plan for worst case scenario, not the best case scenario. We need to be prepared for the worst case scenarios. In terms of demand, it is highly likely going to increase. There's housing being built in Glendale, and more of it is going to come in the future. Transportation electrification, building electrification, which many of us support. That power has to come from somewhere. And it's a much better alternative than what we have today. In terms of their plans didn't change, even with the recent developments, with all due respect, we went from 262 megawatts to about 100 megawatts now. So the thermal generation that was originally proposed was much higher than what we have today, 262 to about 100 now. And I started reading the EIR and everything else that came from the public with an open mind. I really was open to be swayed either way. I see Glendale Water and Power doing their due diligence here, because 10 years from now, if there's rolling blackouts, people are going to blame Glendale Water and Power for not having the foresight to plan. So I came at this with a very open mind, and I'm swayed. I'm inclined to support it.
Okay, and are there any other comments before we decide to a motion one way or another? Okay. So it looks like Commissioner Pinkerton is not in support, it looks like, and Commissioner Kartunian is leaning towards supporting. So I guess looks like somebody needs to make a motion here one way or the other and let people vote. Commissioner Kanjian seems a little undecided there, but
Question to the city attorney and the staff: what happens, because we have a commissioner that's missing, not present today? What happens in a case of tie?
In the case of a tie, I believe the motion fails. I'm just going to double check the rules that we adopted, because sometimes with different boards and commissions, we adopt different rules. In some cases, it can carry over until the tie is broken if there's a necessity for doing so. Although we have a conflicted out chair at this point in time, even if the chair is absent today, where the chair available, he is conflicted out from participating in this meeting. I suggest that you take, since we are not in, we don't actually have a vote yet. We don't know whether or not we're in a tied situation. So if you want to take the vote, I will consult with my cohort here, and we will confirm for you what your next steps should be.
Thank you. Sorry to make more work for you, but
no worries. We need to be able to move on
a little while on this. So, well, I'm going to go on a limb here and just make a motion that we recommend to City Council that we are unable to support the EIR because, as members of the Sustainability Commission, we don't feel like it that meets the standard, or even their own standards of meeting load in the most reliable, economic, and environmental conscious way, and that it does not adequately consider low emissions, nature-based development, resilient development, and equitable and people-centered development. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Jillian, may I conduct a roll call, or we're still waiting for you?
Well, we don't know if we have a time.
Oh, okay.
You can conduct the roll call, Vlad.
Yes, go ahead and take the roll call.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Kartunian?
No.
Commissioner Khanjan?
No.
Commissioner Pinkerton?
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Werner?
Yes.
And Chairperson Bartusov is absent. Thank you.
So we do have a tie. Okay.
And so the answer is that it would not result in a recommendation from the commission. Although what we would do is we, of course, would convey the comments, as we've indicated to you, in detail. So we don't have support for a recommendation either way, is ultimately the result of the tie vote.
Okay. And I think it's up to the commissioners to circle back with the council members who appointed them and share their thoughts on this, and kind of give them a download of where they were on this, and still be having to hear this pretty soon themselves. Or they can just watch the 4-hour meeting. But I have a feeling they'd rather hear from you.
As indicated, the GWP staff who will be preparing the staff report will be providing a summary of the commentary and the result of the voting to the city council. Of course, they're interested in hearing what the commission's opinions are concerning on all sides of the issue. They want to be fully informed, and staff will be sure to convey that in detail.
Yes, and we just feel there should be far, far more transparency in where this money is coming from. For example, when GWP presented to us on the Shoals Canyon project, we were told it would be $45 million. A few weeks later, it was $60 million when they presented the same project to City Council. So, it seems like the finances are a little squishy on this. So given we're talking huge dollars here, I think the public deserves way more transparency than this. But before we were told that, oh, well, it's not designed yet, whatever. But now that they've had years to look at this and in more detail and so on, and they should be able to give, well, they've had some estimates. So, knowing where the money's going to come from, I would expect would be part of that.
There will be an extensive discussion of cost of service coming up next week. That would be on Tuesday night, next week on February 8th, as well as the Sunrun solar virtual power plant will be in front of the City Council for consideration. So 2 important components to the operations of GWP, and that's for the Commission's information, also for the public's information. So we invite the public to tune in to and ask questions there as well concerning the finances, the cost of service, and the virtual power plant that is scheduled to be, agreements that are scheduled to be entered into.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next agenda item, please.
Next on the agenda, Sustainability Office Update, 7A Earth Day 2022.
Thanks, Vlad. So I just want to provide a quick update to the commissioners on a number of the Earth Day events. First of all, the pop-up park idea. So with great thanks to community service and public works, we have secured parking lot 4, which is in downtown Glendale, off Brand in the corner of Wilson and Maryland, to be able to use that as your idea is to have it as a pop-up park for a day or 2 days, so the public can see a parking lot reimagined as a different use. And I know that's one of the key priorities that the Commission had in terms of Earth Day. So we're going to provide temporary trees to green up the park a little bit. We're going to have games, rock wall, booth giveaways, and then we're also working with organizations such as LA Compost to have a demonstration booth of how to compost, and also working on having a Fix-It clinic. We obviously want the sustainability commissioners there to have an information booth to talk about what the commission does and how that works for the city. So that is coming along quite nicely. We're also working on establishing, having an environmental film festival. As you may know, the library department does a number of virtual film festivals or filming. So we're going to try to do something similar. So we're just looking at right now, getting the screening licenses, what that would entail. And we're connecting, as I said, with our library department to help us establish that and set that up. So we have a couple of dates. So at the beginning of April, Community Services and Parks is having the Glendale Narrows Riverwalk to promote that park. So that's going to be like the beginning of April. So it's going to be like the beginning of Earth Day activities. And then the Commission's Earth Day will either take place on the 23rd or 24th of April or 30th of April, 1st of March. So we're looking at those 2 different dates right now. We should get some firm up on which day works best for everyone. So we have made fair bit of progress on setting that up. We're also working on the litter cleanup day. And finally, we met with Integrated Waste Management and Public Works this week to discuss the collection drive where people come, like the swap meet and everything, where people can take stuff, leave stuff, and at the end of the day, what isn't used will go to charity. So we're just trying to establish some rules around that because we don't want it to be a general, people just like bringing trash and dumping that. So those are the Earth Day updates. Regarding Burbank Airport food composting, we're actually holding off at the request of Surfrider. They are connecting to the airport directly, and they wanted to have their discussions first. So we're waiting for them to come back to us. And then finally, community development will be presenting at the next commission meeting. I think they're going to actually go over 2 commission meetings, so that'll be February and March. So they're working on presentations to bring to the commission. Yeah, as I said, February, March, and that's it.
Okay. Okay. Which commissions did you say in February, March?
So the February will be community development representing.
Okay. And that's
so that's like planning and all of that of those departments.
Okay. So if we have any questions, we should send them to you.
Yeah, you have sent me a lot of questions already, which we have passed on to them. So if you do have any more questions, yeah, if you get them to me as soon as possible, because I know they're putting the presentations together, and we'll make sure that they get those questions.
Okay, that might be an opportunity to ask about the tree thing, like, you know, can't their arborist assist the GWP with their free tree list to make sure they're selecting the appropriate species and they're being planted in the ideal locations?
Yep, that would be a present an opportunity to ask those questions.
Synergy. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Going once, going twice. Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next on the agenda is adjournment. May I please have a motion and second to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
And we're adjourned at 9:38 p.m. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.